right, hello, good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, the old Seattle Sports app, and then all the podcast platforms out there as well, Apple and Spotify, wherever you like to find us. Thank you for doing so. The app is probably the best spot, though, honestly, because you can kind of do everything from there. You can get all the shows on demand, the video, all of it is just available on the Seattle Sports app. So download that sucker, and we can talk that way. And then, of course, YouTube and 97.3 HD2. There's so many different ways to hang out and connect and be together. And thank you for doing so. We appreciate it. And thank you to everybody I met this weekend in the Tri-Cities. Oh my gosh, what a ton of Brock and Salk fans walking around Kennewick this weekend. That was awesome, and I got good stories. At least a couple of what I saw there. I don't want to go too into depth now, because I was thinking about all of you out there, everybody listening to the show. I was thinking about everybody this morning. I'm a generous person, as I often say.
Aww.
Now, I was thinking about everyone as I was driving, because I came over to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center this morning. It's a little bit longer drive for me. I was in the car a little bit longer. Generally, my commute's only like 5 or 6 minutes. I know, don't get mad at me, but I leave early for work, and I live fairly close to the office. So I generally have like a 5 to 6 minute commute. And so, I don't get to listen to a lot of radio on my drives. But when I come over here, I get a little extra time. It's like, I don't know, a half hour or something to get over to VMAC. And I'm listening to Unsportsmanlike, the show that precedes us here on ESPN Radio. And look, it's a good show. I mean, I know those people personally. I know Michelle very well. I know Evan very well. I don't know Chris Canty as well. But they're great. They're awesome. They're a real radio show, and they do an awesome job. And, it's hard to do a national show. I've done some of them. You've got to, appeal to the largest number of people. But when I woke up this morning and I was driving to work, you know what I wanted to hear about? The Seattle Seahawks. A lot. Because I think right now they look like the best team in the NFL. If they're not the best, they got a real chance to prove it on Sunday against the Rams. I mean, they're just mollywhopping people. Just get out of my way. They are ferocious. The word you will hear me use today over and over again is that they just overwhelm you. They're fast, they're physical. Everywhere you want to go, they are. It's overwhelming. And I wanted to hear 25 or 30 straight minutes of Seahawks talk. And look, I get it. They were talking about, guess what? Maura, you want to guess what they were talking about?
Well, I heard some of it. They thought the Seahawks blowing out the Cardinals and the Rams blowing out the Niners was kind of boring, so they were talking about Bucks-Patriots when I was on.
Oh, I didn't get Bucks-Patriots. I wish I had. That would have been more interesting than which part of Rooney Mara's family was screwing up worse.
Oh,
because
okay.
It was Steelers should fire Mike Tomlin and Giants should fire Brian Daboll. And I don't know that they're wrong, and I'm not saying those are bad choices of what to talk about. If I was doing a national show that was on in New York, I might be finding a way to talk about the Giants or, the Steelers, one of the most popular teams I get it. But, man, did I ever want to hear about the Seahawks today. So let's talk about them. We'll be doing so essentially all morning long. A couple of little ins and outs and some other things to mention. But for the most part, what a tremendous performance. This is exactly what Seattle needed to wake up to after what happened with the end of the Mariners season. As great as that season was, and we all got totally transfixed and just, completely surrounded by the last, let's call it 2 months of the Mariners season, the incredible run they had in September. Obviously, the October baseball is exciting and as just all-encompassing as it was. It was amazing. We are all so invested in it. And look, most of us, Maura and Lyle and I probably aren't in this category because we work in this business. But most of us have jobs and lives and other things that you're working on. And while the Seahawks might be a part of that, and maybe you've got room for 2 sports in your mind at the same time, it's easier for a lot of people to focus on one thing. And for a lot of us, I'm sure it was the Mariners, and especially in October, as they were doing this unbelievable run through the ALDS and then the ALCS. But when you kind of come out of that haze, you're like, oh, geez, all right, that's over. Sad. Psyched about the offseason, see what happens next. Let's see what's going on with the – oh, my God, they're good. They are just blowing the doors off of teams Now, look, Arizona's not a great team. New Orleans is a bad team. Washington is a very injured team. But they're kicking their hind quarters in. It's not close. It's like they don't belong on the same field. And the completeness of the victories really jump out to me, like a lot. I mean, just the amount of what the run game did yesterday. Obviously, Sam Darnold in the first half. Obviously, the defense in the first half. Special teams. My God. Now, I will admit to you all, and maybe this changes my view of the game yesterday. I did not see one snap of the second half. So I understand the second half was sloppy. I understand the second half maybe had a little bit different vibe to it than just the first half. I was in Tri-Cities, as I said, had an awesome time in Kennewick, tremendous hockey tournament. Cecily's team were champions. I'll give a little shout out to some of those gals here in a little bit. And had an awesome time at the WHL game that night to see the Tri-Cities Americans. They were great. The presentation was great. All of it. Just a phenomenal, cool, small town experience. So, her game started at 2:45 yesterday. So I saw the first half. I didn't feel like at that point I needed to watch the second half. And I'm going to stand by my decision, not just because it's the one I made, but because who cares what happens when you're up 38-7? I mean, as long as you don't blow that game, you're just trying to let it end, right? You're just trying to let it end. You're just hoping that game will eventually end. And so you're not playing it with the same level of intensity. You're not calling the plays the same way you would if it was a tie game or if you were within a one score or two. It's a different game. So I'm not going to worry too much about what happened in the second half. I'm really not. That was, once again, a complete and total dominating victory. And I did find myself thinking today. You know what the date is today, Lyle?
The 10th?
Today is November 10th. Do you know what happened 50 years ago today?
Absolutely not.
All right. Well, 50 years ago today, November 10th, 1975. A little ship set out on Lake Superior and unfortunately never returned. It was called the Edmund Fitzgerald. It was popularized, of course, in the wonderful song by Gordon Lightfoot. Right. That's right. 29 people died on that ship, Lyle, which sank in Lake Superior as the gales picked up and the tide, that's not really, I don't know whether it's tide, but the waves were crashing over. And I did find myself thinking that's what it must feel like to play the Seahawks. Like every time another wave comes crashing overboard, you feel like you're that much closer to sinking. If you're Arizona in the first half, you're looking to, the port side and there's water coming in, and you look to the starboard and there's a leak, and you go downstairs and there's a problem, and you get back on deck and people are running around, and it just must feel incredibly overwhelming, that just constant water pouring in from everywhere, almost a tidal wave type of effect. I don't know what it's like to be on a ship when that's happening. I've only seen it in movies and read about it in books, but it seems really awful. It seems really terrible. And I would have to imagine that that's what it feels like playing against the Seahawks right now. The defense swarms, the special teams attacks, doesn't make a ton of mistakes. And the offense, look, I know that they didn't look as good in the second half, but when you're up by 38 points, 31 points in the second half, you're just trying to get out of the game alive, man. Just run the ball and end that thing. And so huge kudos to them. Really excited to see where this goes, and really excited, obviously, for Sunday night as they will take on the Rams in what should be a really epic battle to see who is in charge in this division right now. So take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. More will take us around the weekend. We have a tremendous amount of time to talk about the Seahawks today. Can't wait to do it. We'll do it all morning. I'm Brock and Salk.
Hawks Live. Touchdown!
Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry and dream engagement ring to be nothing short of perfect, no matter the price. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto, all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Out here, it's football season, where nothing beats backyard grilling, gathering around the fire pit, and cheering on your favorite team with friends. The yard is mowed, the lights are strung, and the grill is warming up. Whether you need to fill up your propane, get a new grill, or even a generator, out here, it's game day. And we're ready for it. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
Fall rains can expose hidden roof problems, and once water gets in, the damage only gets worse. Is your roof ready for the season? Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. At State Roofing and Exteriors, we repair and replace roofs with a quality you've trusted for decades. And yes, we also provide siding, windows, decks, and gutters to keep your entire home protected. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Yay to Bruce. who's the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More. Fast internet speed.
He's got the geeks to go big. Bring him the game
right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop. His quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together, like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Man, what a world we are living in right now. The Seahawks have 7 wins on the year. 7. Of those 7 wins, 3 of them have come via absolutely dominating blowouts. It's really crazy. Exactly what we saw at home yesterday as they quite simply overwhelmed Arizona in every phase of the game. It started with the offense. They marched down and just scored right away.
At the Arizona 43. Opening drive by the Seahawks, play fake, and Darnold's going to roll left. Has time, going to let it fly. Got a man deep, reaching up, touchdown, Seahawks! And guess who? Jackson Smith and Jigba with the touchdown reception, tightly covered, but dropping that baby in the bucket. Sam Darnold from 43 out, the Hawks up 6-0.
It really is remarkable, and at this point, I'm right there with Rabel. Guess who? Of course it would be JSN on the play. Just a tremendous way to start as they get down there on the opening drive and score another touchdown. But it wasn't just that. The defense decided to come alive as well. This was the first of 2 completely identical plays, enough so that because I was watching with the sound off, I thought that I was watching a replay of the first one, but here was the first one.
Bryant looks like he wants to blitz. He does. Brissett hits his back foot. He gets hit as he throws. The ball's picked up. It's going the other way. It's DeMarcus Lawrence. He's going to walk in. Touchdown Seahawks if it stands. Arizona is going to argue that Brissett's arm was going forward. It's now called a touchdown Seahawks. 32 yards D-Law.
Yeah, they can argue all they want. Both of those plays were called absolutely correct. The arm was not moving forward yet on either one of them. In both cases, the arm was either moving back or right at its most, back point. And so they got the calls right. 2 touchdowns, both caused by Tyrese Knight sacks. Both of them returned for touchdowns by DeMarcus Lawrence. Never seen anything quite like that in my life. I don't know whether Mike Macdonald has, but they got him pretty pumped up.
I couldn't believe the D-Law got the second one. I was like, holy crap, it's him again. But the way that he attacked the ball, T-Knight, is just awesome. I mean, we haven't forced any fumbles yet all this year on defense, and we got 2 today. So it's awareness. It's just taking advantage of those opportunities was awesome.
Yeah, it was that, and nice to see, Tyrese Knight, who had a really difficult start to this year. Turns out it was even more difficult than we realized as he was dealing with a heart issue of some sort in training camp. Then he had the knee problem, but eventually gets back out on the field, loses his job, and with Ernest Jones not playing, he steps right in and has his best game as a pro. Why wouldn't he? His running mate, DeMarcus Lawrence, pretty impressed.
Yeah, I see resilience, and, things ain't going your way, but, you're still able to, get back in there and fight and, come strong for the team. He's definitely a resilient guy, and I'm glad he's on my team.
All right, so 38-7 the score at the half. The final score for me doesn't really matter from there. I know they were a little sloppy in the second. They go on to win 44-22. Sam Darnold threw it a total of 12 times and completed 10 of them, including the touchdown to JSN. Cool scramble play to Cooper Kupp as well. They run it 46 times for 198 yards in the game. And I just want to make sure we mention him throughout the morning. Nick Eamon-Warry leads the team in tackles yesterday, had 5, and the team had 5 sacks, all in the first half. Eamon-Warry was a force all over the field. We'll get to some of his numbers a little bit later. 7-2 in the season, keeps them in a tie for first place and sets up what could be an epic battle against the Rams next week. They still have 2 games against LA. Both teams are 7-2, coming off of division wins.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
And what in the world happened to the Huskies on Saturday? All the momentum, and they're ranked, and they're in the, top 25 for the college football playoff, and Brock's talking to me about the pathway to making it into the final 12, and instead they lose 13-10 at Wisconsin as the Badgers play 4 different quarterbacks. They completed just 6 passes in the game for 48 yards, but the defense was so good, UW couldn't do much of anything. Freshman linebacker Cooper Catalano had 19 tackles. They had 14 sacks, a block kick, a couple of turnovers. Jonah Coleman got hurt. Damon Williams kept getting. Just a total mess. And after the game, those Badger fans are pretty pumped up.
And now the 4th quarterback to play this season for the Badgers is the first quarterback in league play to take a knee as the crowd does the unthinkable and rushes the field.
Yeah, I'm with you. That is unthinkable. Why would you rush the field after beating the number 23 team in your come on, that's pathetic. I've said it many times. Rushing the field in situations like that is incredibly dumb, but whatever. Kudos to them. They get a big win, and really it's probably more of a big loss for UW than anything else. Probably going to take away, well, really their chances for a playoff berth totally off the table now at this point.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
On sad news this weekend, former Sonics coach Lenny Wilkens passing away at the age of 88, won more than 1,300 games, 3rd most all time. Coached the Sonics, of course, to a championship, but he was also in Portland. I remember him, I think, most in Cleveland when I was a kid, later in Atlanta, Toronto, the Knicks. Finally retired in 2005. But, Lenny's impact goes well beyond what he did in basketball. The Lenny Wilkens Foundation has raised just an amazing amount of money, millions of dollars, to help youth in Seattle reach their full potential, distributes funds to various local organizations that help children in need. He was honored, of course, with a statue outside of Climate Pledge Arena and spoke about that honor at the dedication in June.
We're a better community when we're supportive of one another, when we help each other, when we take time to recognize one another. You don't know what you mean to me, but thank you.
Yeah, incredibly sad news, but a tremendous life lived. As I said, he passes away at the age of 88. Meanwhile, Kraken split their first 2 games of this road trip. They came back to win in overtime over St. Louis. Fell last night, despite playing pretty well in Dallas. That is everything you need to know. And, of course, we do that quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Let's see. Salk, are you kidding me? Do you know sports at all? They beat a ranked team and ended their playoff hopes. You definitely rush the field. Rushing the field's dumb. I've said this for years. Lyle, I know you're going to disagree with me. Rushing the court, rushing the field, get a life. When you beat the number 1 team in the nation, the number 2 team in the nation, by all means, if you go to Appalachian State, go rush the field, go rush the court. That's an amazing victory. When you're Wisconsin and you beat Washington, you're essentially admitting my program stinks and yours is great, which is not a great look. I know it's kids and they rush the field and it's so much fun. You look pathetic. I've been making this argument for years and years and years. You don't rush. Like, if you beat your division rival in an unbelievable moment at the end and it matters, okay, fine, I get it. You get overcome by the emotion. When you're Appalachian State and you take down Michigan or Notre Dame, the underdog story is so powerful that you rush the field. Wisconsin beating UW in a meaningless game on November 9th, 8th? Get a life. You're rushing the field? Oh, my God, I hate that stuff. I absolutely can't stand it. And I've said it for everybody. It's not a Wisconsin thing. I've said it about UW. I've said it about Wazoo. I've said it about everybody. Rushing the field in that situation. Maybe I'm a grumpy old man, but I think it's pretty lame. More is going to take us around the weekend. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Are you guys going to have guests this holiday season? Make sure they are nice and toasty in your house with a properly insulated home from Crawl Pros. Yes, they came out to my house, did a great job. We had a little insulation problem upstairs, but they took care of that, got it all fixed up. They come out, they do a free corner-to-corner inspection of the crawl space and attic, and then if you, like me, had some problems with your insulation, then get that fixed, which was great, and they'll do it before it gets really cold out. Now, if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Now, if you want to combine your local rebates with federal tax credits, man, that's how you get it done. But you got to act now. Those tax credits are set to expire at the end of this year, so less than 2 months from now. Call Crawl Pros. They are the crawl space experts, and learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free. That's right. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, plumbing issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, or even your ducks, make sure you call Crawl Pros and set up that free corner-to-corner inspection by going to crawlpros.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
If you use carpool or toll lanes along SR 167 without a Good-to-Go account, you'll now receive a bill in the mail. That is a change. A Good-to-Go pass saves $2 on every toll. That is not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark. Get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Hear that? Sounds like holiday fun kicking off at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Kind of like the starting bell to Grandma's house. Or maybe snowbirding. And eventually back home safe and sound.
Hey guys, we're home.
Just remember to stop by before you go to make sure your road's as smooth as possible. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Oil changes in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car, and she had questions because she was doubling her spending budget, and she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick. And the best path at that point was to, let's stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier. These are major life accomplishments. You have the ability to afford at this tier. You've secured one of the major needs in your life. You should be feeling a tremendous amount of pride and respect for your accomplishments. I'm just grateful that we get to celebrate it with them, that we get to be part of it in that aspect of it.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I don't know, Lyle. A lot of people agreeing with me here. Rarity on the text line, and even on this take. Generally, this take elicits a lot of frustration and anger, but 503 says, I disagree with many of your takes, but this has to be your best. Stop rushing the field for nothing. It takes away all the purpose and impact. Totally agree. 941, if you rush the field, then you didn't expect to win. Yeah, and it's more than that, though. It's like you felt like you barely had a chance. I mean, you're Wisconsin. Of course you have a chance to win against another Big Ten team that just showed up from the Pac-12. 206, I'm with you, Salk. That was a stupid reason to rush the field. Plus, they probably damaged it. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I just think it's lame. Like, you got to, have a reason. A real good, solid reason to make that special. Otherwise, you just look pathetic. And I know what you're going to say, Lyle. You don't even need to say it. It's just fun. Why do you want to take away fun? There's plenty of ways to have fun. Why do you have to ruin something that used to be great by trying to do too much of it? More is not always more. Sometimes it's the right amount. Sometimes you don't need more. Just stick with enough, and that's enough. And then you end up ruining things that are great. But now you've ruined them. Let's go around the weekend.
Okay.
Turn your mic on. What are you saying to me?
You sound like somebody who went to a small school for college. Oh, wait,
I
you
did.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, that checks out.
Oh.
Well,
you never got to experience it.
I didn't want to experience it.
How do you know you never did it?
That's a good point. Because I just know, Lyle. Because I'm older and wiser. I'm wise beyond my years.
No.
I'm wise beyond my years. How's that?
Sure.
I'm trying to help you, kids. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to preserve the greatness. You go to ASU, there's probably a good reason at some point to storm the field. But, if you do it every year, it's pretty dumb.
I'm just saying I have some pretty good memories of rushing the field with my friends.
I'm sure you do. After what big win did Arizona State have?
Funny enough, when they beat number 5 Washington.
Okay, well, that's a pretty good one. If you're Arizona State, you beat number 5, okay, I could see that. That, to me, is sounds like a legitimate reason.
There was a couple others, but you would probably say they're dumb. So I'm just going.
Well, there you go. And did those feel as cool as beating? And you don't even really remember the other one.
No, they beat Oregon when they were ranked about 20, and then they beat Arizona in their rivalry week.
Lame.
Lame. Oh, actually, no, sorry. They beat Oregon my senior year when they were number 6, so that was also a big one.
That sounds better. Okay. That sounds better. Look, I'm not against rushing the field in total. Just preserve it for the big moments rather than admitting, like, oh, we're pathetic. We beat this team. We're so lucky. We better rush the field. All right, look, you're taking time away from Maura.
It's fine. I'm enjoying the back and forth.
I'm just kidding. I'm taking time away from Maura. Sorry, Maura. Go ahead. What do we got?
All right, the Rams beat the 49ers easily, 42-26 yesterday. The Rams only punted twice all day, and a Juwan Jennings fumble and a failed fourth down conversion left the 49ers struggling offensively in the first half. They went into halftime down 21-7. They did trade touchdowns twice with the Rams to start the second half, but a Mac Jones interception let the Rams set up this touchdown from Matt Stafford to a former Seahawk.
Play action, man. Wide open is Colby Parkinson. He walks in. It's another Rams score.
Forgot about Colby Parkinson.
Can I be honest with you guys? Are we in the tree of trust deal? Like,
yeah,
can
course.
we trust each other here for a minute? I've not watched the Rams play for 1 minute all year.
Really?
I, for whatever reason, have not. I mean, they mostly have played opposite the Seahawks.
Yeah.
So I just have not had an opportunity to watch them. They might be the team in the league I've seen the least of this year. I don't know why. It's just kind of worked out that way. So I don't mean to offer.
And Stafford, like, as much as we were like, oh, all these back problems, he's not going to make it through the year. He's been really good.
He's been awesome. I mean, I've seen the numbers. The numbers show they've been great. And I apologize. It's not like on purpose. I just, for whatever reason, have not seen them play at all this year. So no lack of respect coming from me. I'm not going to sit here all week and be like, oh, that team stinks and Seahawks are going to beat them. I don't know anything about them other than that last year I thought that defense looked like it was really growing into being something special. They got some dudes on that defense. So I think Jared Verse is a legit dude. What's the other guy, the second-round pick they had who plays in the defensive line? He's good. I'm blanking on his name,
Kobe.
But I'll come.
I think you're talking about Braden Fisk.
That's exactly who I'm talking about. Like, those two guys together are just a force.
Kobe Turner,
and I know they
really
got some other
defensive
dudes.
tackle too. Yeah.
Yeah, they're good. They're good.
They've been running the ball really efficiently. They haven't been allowing teams to rush for more. They've been keeping them under 100 yards their last 3 games total. It's pretty. It's going to be. I'm so excited for the game this week. I mean, because we were talking about this last week. I don't think this is even a big game just for Seahawks fans. I think the entire country wants to watch this game this week.
Well, they probably don't know that they want to watch it yet, to be fair. The rest of the country is going to have to be told that they want to watch this.
I don't know.
But I got to
the
imagine.
national media hyping it up.
They better.
Yeah.
This has got to be the Tom Brenneman and Tom Brady game, right?
Other than Lions-Eagles, I think is the night game on Sunday. Those are really the 2 games this week.
I did not mean Tom Brenneman, by the way. Tom Brenneman hasn't been in the NFL for a few years. Sorry, it's early. My bad. Let's move it along.
All right, well, that Colby Parkinson touchdown would make the score 42-20. The Niners scored one more touchdown, but obviously by that point it didn't matter. Stafford was 24 for 36 for 280 yards, 4 touchdowns. Mac Jones had a pretty efficient day in the loss, going 33 for 39 for 319 yards and 3 touchdowns. He did throw an interception. The Rams are now 7-2, as we were just talking about, they host the Seahawks in this highly anticipated game on Sunday. The Niners fall to 6-4, and they head to Arizona on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, things aren't looking good there. They just have
so many injuries.
Yeah, so many injuries, and it's really difficult to keep competing when you've spent that much money on Brock Purdy. We always talked about this. If you're going to spend that money on Brock Purdy, he has to be a bigger part of the offense, or he better be really good and really healthy. And it's weird, like Mac Jones comes in and is essentially the same. So they've got a lot of money tied up in that quarterback position without getting enough from it. And then when you start losing bodies the way they have. Now, look, a lot of the bodies they've got are old. It's not like that surprising that some of these older guys are going down injured. It's kind of what happens in the NFL. So,
yeah, but they've
had
these injury problems for years now. They've been able to overcome them. But to me, I'd look into their training staff if I was because they have the worst injury luck.
They do, but some of these guys are old, and some of those injuries are more freak thing. I don't know, like, are you that surprised that Bosa's hurt? Like, dude's old. Are we that surprised that George Kittle's been hurt a lot? He's old. Are we that surprised? I mean, like, Warner's been doing this forever. Eventually you get hurt. Yeah, I don't know. I get it. You're right, Moore. I'm sure there's something about
Bosa's
what's going on there.
28. Fred
Those
Warner's,
guys, those Bosas have always been hurt, though.
Fred Warner's 28. They're not that old. The Seahawks have
Right.
some guys on their defense that are older than that.
I thought they were older than that. All right, my bad. I thought they were older than that. They're only 28? The hell's going on with that training
That's
staff?
what I'm saying.
All right, you're right. Good evidence. I thought they were, honestly, if you had asked me how old Fred Warner was, I would have said 32.
It does feel like he's been around a while. But yeah.
I would have said Bosa was in his 30s, too. That's crazy. All right, never mind. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Jeez. Why you got to bring facts to this thing, Maura?
All right. Well, let's see. Somehow the Flailing Dolphins broke a 7-game losing streak to their division rival Buffalo Bills with a 30-13 win yesterday. Miami running back Devon Achane had 225 all-purpose yards and 2 touchdowns on my fantasy team, so that was great for me.
Yeah,
Tua Tagovailoa threw 2 touchdowns, but also had 2 picks. And then the Dolphins defense had 3 sacks and 3 takeaways, including this one in the fourth quarter where Josh Allen attempted a tush push, but somehow was able to break through the pile, stay on his feet, and rush for some yardage after. Unfortunately, he lost the ball in the process.
Allen just trying to do it himself. Still going. Josh Allen carrying defenders with him. Lost the football. And Minka Fitzpatrick has it.
With 2 punts, a fumble, and a turnover on downs, the Bills were scoreless in the first half. They did manage 2 touchdowns in the second half, but those were sandwiched between an interception and another fumble. The Bills are now 6-3. They host the Bucs on Sunday, so another tough game there. And then the Dolphins are 3-7. They have Washington coming to town this week.
What's going on? What do you make of the Bills?
They do have some injuries right now, but I just don't think they're for real. I believe in the Patriots and the Chiefs more than them. I still don't know about the Colts. The Seahawks have them on the schedule as well. They're kind of flailing a little bit lately as well.
Yeah, they found a way to win that game, but
they edged the Falcons in overtime, but looked pretty ugly.
Yeah, kind of an ugly win. And look, sometimes good teams will have ugly wins. That's okay.
So the Bills will be in the mix, but I don't think they're for real.
Losing to the Dolphins like that is a black mark. And yeah, you mentioned comparing them to the Patriots who beat them earlier this year. They play again, I'm going to imagine, at some point this year. So maybe that'll be a little bit more
New England,
of a tell.
and New England essentially has a 2-game lead now because they beat them.
Right.
Yeah.
But they'll play again, right?
Yes,
another
in New
couple
England.
of weeks. I would think that ends up being a big game to kind of, not just for the Patriots to figure out whether or not they're for real, right? They've got a good young team, but they're playing a horrendous schedule. So it's not a knock on them. We don't know. It just means we don't know enough yet to fully believe that they're, capable of dethroning some of the perennial powers in the AFC. And the Bills have an opportunity in that game to probably get themselves back into it, right? So I don't know when that is on the schedule, but that's one I would be circling for both those teams to kind of figure out how legit either of them are.
Well, and that's actually my next game I have here is the Patriots. They were able to edge out the Bucs 28-23. Drake May didn't have his best day, going 16 for 31 for 270 yards with 2 touchdowns and a pick, but he did have some big plays like this 72-yard catch and run to rookie wide receiver and former Coug, Kyle Williams.
Final seconds of the first quarter. They fake it to Henderson. Tony, you're right, going down the field. They got the big play. There he goes, running down the sideline is Williams. Williams, the rookie, has the touchdown.
And then rookie running back Travion Henderson also had touchdown runs of 55 and 69 yards. Baker Mayfield did lead his team with 65 yards in 7 plays in just under a minute to pull within 5 points with 33 seconds left. But their onside kick attempt failed as Patriots wide receiver Stephon Diggs came up with the ball. Baker was 28 for 43 for 273 yards and 3 touchdowns. He was unhappy with their offensive performance after punting 6 times and turning it over on downs once. This was what he had to say post-game about the offense.
What I told the team, told the offense after the game, and at some point when the stuff comes up during the week and
whether it's mistakes or things we talk about, and then it shows up on Sundays, you have to have some pride about you. You got to have the fear of that failure, of messing up for your teammates when we talk about something. That you got to have that responsibility and accountability for the guys around you, and get it fixed. You know, in tight ball games like this, when you play a good team like the Patriots, little things will get you beat, and that was the case for us on offense today. And case in point, I mean, it starts with me.
You know who I like?
Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I do. I love me some Baker Mayfield. He's just fun.
That was a good way of kind of saying, like, hey, you guys didn't exactly come to play today, but also putting himself in that category where some quarterbacks separate themselves.
Yeah, he's an interesting dude because he's got this kind of fun personality. He's kind of funny, did the great commercials, this and that. He's great when he talks, but he also has that little bit of an edge to him. So he's sort of like one of the guys. He, I think, walks a very good line between being one of the guys, but also being like a quarterback, which you have to be a little bit separate from everybody else. I think in a lot of ways he's kind of got some of that ideal personality to be a quarterback leader in this league. I'm a big Baker fan. I don't know whether or not I don't know what it means. I don't know whether Tampa's, for some reason, they don't feel like a Super Bowl team to me right now, but they're obviously one of the better teams in the NFC. So I guess I'm taking them seriously. Don't get me wrong. A little curious to see if they are actually like a Super Bowl level team or not.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. It feels like if the Seahawks played that team now, they would beat them.
Well, that's kind of what I think, and that's well said. You know, we talked about that game as being kind of a wake-up call. Would you like to see a rematch of that sucker in the NFC playoffs? I would. I'd like to see a rematch of that game. I mean, and I think that'd be just a really good game. Hold it in Tampa, hold it here, either one. Like, I just think that those two teams playing again, yeah, you're right, Moore. I do think I would take the Seahawks the way they're playing now over the way they were playing then, and I do think they'd beat the Bucs if they played again. But regardless, I'd sign up to watch it. I bet it'd be a great game.
I mean, yeah, the first one was such a shootout. I wonder if it'll go that way now, but yeah.
I bet it would. I bet it'd be a different game.
Yeah. Well, the Ravens locked up their third straight victory after dropping 4 straight before that with a 27-19 win over Minnesota Sunday. J.J. McCarthy struggled with tip passes, getting on the same page with wide receiver Justin Jefferson, and then the Vikings offense struggled with pre-snap penalties. They had 8 false starts in this game. The Ravens defense had 3 takeaways, including a fumbled kickoff return, and so Lamar Jackson only had a modest 176 yards and a touchdown. That was all Baltimore needed with all of Minnesota's self-inflicted wounds. J.J. McCarthy took ownership of the pre-snap issues post-game.
As a quarterback, you're the orchestrator of the orchestra. You know, I take full responsibility for anything that happens on that field. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's just the little things that we got to keep focusing on, the focus, the competitive stamina. It's all got to be there, but I take full responsibility every single time something goes wrong.
I think the word he's looking for there is conductor. The orchestrator of the orchestra is known as the conductor. But okay, that's fine. He's not being paid to...
He's an interesting one where 1 week people will be like, oh my gosh, he's amazing. And then the next week it's he's very up and down. I guess that makes sense for it being his first full season.
Well, and they're going to play the Seahawks as well here pretty soon. It's interesting. Like, all these teams the Seahawks are getting ready to play have really been up and down, and you kind of wonder which version of them you're going to get. Are you going to get, I mean, Minnesota 4-5, which version of them are you going to get? Atlanta is 3-6, but they've played some very tough competitive games. Which version of that team are you going to get?
Defense.
How about Carolina 5-5? Isn't that crazy? Carolina Panthers have a better record by 2 games than the Falcons. What version of Carolina are you going to get when you end up facing them? So, yeah, I think from the NFC perspective and Seahawks perspective, I am curious to see which version of especially those 3 teams you end up seeing when you play them. From the other side of that, for all the problems the Ravens have had, and even talk about, John Harbaugh maybe being past his due dates, they are -6 differential in terms of points. They're below 500 at 4-5, but they're just one game back of Pittsburgh, who's had their own struggles. And with the Bengals only 3 wins, the Browns are just horrendous with 2. The Ravens are right back in the thick of everything in the AFC North. And so, yeah, pretty interesting times.
I know Unsportsmanlike, the show that's on before us, has been on that for a while now. They're like, this team is just too good. And everybody thought the Steelers might struggle at some point, and that's where we are right now. And John Harbaugh, I think he knows the opportunity they have. He said he actually got a little sentimental yesterday.
I mean, at the end of the game, I was pretty choked up inside. And I didn't shed a tear. I wouldn't let that happen. But, I mean, just what these guys, just how hard they fought and how much they believed, how much courage they showed, And you know what? We're just 4-5. We're still under 500. So that's where we're at. We recognize that. And we know we're going to have a big fight, a big, tough, knockdown, drag-out fight in Cleveland next week. We know what that is. We understand what that always is. So just to get to 500, and that's what we're going to be fighting for.
I mean, I hope it's not too big of a fight.
Yeah. He might be overemphasizing that, but I thought it was interesting that he got emotional over that win.
Yeah. He sounds old there. Like 28, somewhere like that. Old,
20.
Old like 28.
Lyle, you're almost old.
Yeah, I guess.
While you and Fred Warner are the same age, basically.
Yeah, that checks out.
Sheesh. Seems a lot older than you.
By the way, how are Vikings fans going to be able to watch the playoffs this year if they don't get in it? Like, I know they're tied to J.J. McCarthy, but you're talking about a franchise that had Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones in their building last year, and they're both gone.
Oh, it's sad.
Like, Minnesota and New York, those 2 states are not going to be able to watch the playoffs this year.
Ooh. They're going to have to watch them because they're not going to be in them, that's for sure. Wow. Well said. Well said, Lyle.
Speaking of
You're
New York.
also wise beyond your years.
I get that all the time.
My tutelage is really, really rubbing off on you. Really paying dividends.
You mentioned New York there. I've got one more here with the Giants losing their 4th straight game.
I'm done. More, I don't want to hear.
You want to hear about
New
Russell
York.
Wilson coming in?
No, I saw it. He got sacked. He didn't complete a single pass on the final drive. He got the ball back. He had 2 minutes.
They did miss a field goal on that drive.
But come on, he didn't complete a pass when he got the ball at the end. He didn't complete a pass on the final drive.
Yeah.
He had 1 run for a first down and didn't complete a pass.
Do you want to hear about Aaron Rodgers struggling?
No, he stinks.
Yeah, which is fun.
I know. I don't want to hear about him, though.
All right, well, then can I give a shout out to, I did the Fashion and Flight fashion show. I emceed it at the Museum of Flight again this weekend, which is my 3rd year doing that, which is always really fun. There's a ton of really talented local fashion designers here. But one of them this year, it tied into sports. We have the Pacific Women's Hockey League here now, the Seattle Torrent, and Mariah Keppel of the team is also a fashion designer.
Ooh. And
she debuted her line Raya the Label, and it was awesome. It was beautiful, and then she had some of her teammates come and cheer her on. So I was excited to blend the 2 worlds. It was fun.
That's awesome. Maura, that's so cool. I love that each year I've wanted to come to this too, and something has always been in the way. Like
I know you always have sports or something with your kids.
It does feel that way. But
I thought
congrats.
Cecily would like it too because of the women's hockey tie-in.
I think both my kids would like it, to be honest with you. And yeah, that's awesome. Very, very cool. All right. And great time going around the weekend. Yeah, it's fun to see, Aaron Rodgers not just lose, but also to have his coach be like, you saw it. It's terrible. That's great. I mean, that whole storyline is fun. But I just want to come back to the Seahawks because while all of that is going on, while all of these teams that are, we're talking about the Vikings being up and down and the Bills being up and down and the Ravens being down and up and the Chiefs have had their ups and downs certainly so far this year. And, the Bucs looked great a couple weeks ago and now they're at 6-3. They're good, but not quite great. Detroit's had its ups and downs. All these teams that you really felt like were going to be great are now kind of And I told you, I haven't seen LA play enough or really much at all. But as you watch these 2 teams, 7-2, heading into what should be a colossal clash this weekend, man, I can't wait. I can't wait to see what the Seahawks are capable of and whether or not they can go down to LA and beat the Rams. Because if they do, man, at that point, I think we start talking about what could be a really, really wild ride. Maura, thank you. Lyle, good stuff. Other than your ridiculous take on storming the field, Brock is going to be in next, and we've got a lot to discuss. Coming up on Brock and Salk.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
Michelle's Moment here for Gainbridge and their Give Back program, Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity. Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity's goal is to empower girls and women through sports and education. providing 32 organizations in 21 states $222 of grant funding during 2025. These grants aim to level the playing field and expand access to sports and education for girls and women across the country. Here's to a future with no limits for women's sports with Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist powered by Parity.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of management.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Oh, hi, buddy. I missed you on Friday. Good to be with you today. And, man, how fun was that? How fun was yesterday? Just, I think that more than anything, as I think about the Seahawks team, they make me feel like they are a tidal wave when they play like that. And I've never been in a tidal wave.
Not a torrent. Let's be clear, not a torrent.
Not a torrent.
No.
No,
Big
a
difference.
tidal wave. I even mentioned, because today is, of course, the 50th anniversary of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, that may have been, what it feels like to be on a boat or a ship that is going down, and there's water coming in everywhere. And if you're Arizona, don't you feel that sense of just being overwhelmed?
Thank you, Maura. Thank you. It's so good.
Well, this is all Lyle.
And it's so fitting, too, because Jason Benetti knows every word of this 9.5-minute song, but he didn't know Sam Heward was punter.
That's true.
We'll get to that later today. Yes, yeah, I think it feels that way, Salky. In my little post-game video, I was reminded of Jay Buhner's comments to us, actually. When Jay Buhner said, when we asked him, hey, how will you know? And it's different in football than it is baseball. You said, Jay, how will we know, man? In the midst of that Mariners winning streak, right, that felt like they overwhelmed their opponents for, 15 in a row or 15 of 16, some mind-numbing, just number. And he said, well, the rest of the league will know. Everybody around will know. Well, everybody around knows. Arizona knows. Everybody, Washington, Dan Quinn know. These teams that you have just thumped, they know. They know this team is real. And whereas in baseball, Salk, I think you use that word focus appropriately because it's such a long marathon. My life experience on the 03 Colts team, on a 96 Seahawk or Husky team, it's almost unspoken. We just know. It's confidence. We just know when we play our game and we bring our stuff's better than your stuff. And we have a chance to embarrass you. And that's where this team's gotten. It's not just like last year where, hey, man, you really play a great game and you're super sharp and you do these things. You can find a way to win, right? You can scratch out even double-digit wins last year. This year, you play your game, you play to your ceiling, you embarrass people in the NFL. And that is rare to do.
It's really hard to do. I mean, you don't see
Really
a lot of multi-score victories, right, where you're kneeling on the ball with 2 minutes plus left in the game. I mean, that is very, very rare in the NFL, but they've done it 3 times so far this year, which is crazy. I mean, 3 times in 9 games, a third of their games have been blowout wins.
Drew Lock says, thank you. Thank you very much. I get a few snaps. I get a little check at the end of the year for some snaps played as a backup. So, yeah, even Drew Lock is the human victory cigar. He gets to come out there, and he gets to do those victory snaps.
What do you think it's like to play against this team right now? When they play like that, what do you think it feels like to play against them?
Yeah, it feels overwhelming. It just feels overwhelming. And that's now 8 of 9 quarterbacks. And the one that didn't feel that way didn't have to play against DeMarcus Lawrence and Derek Hall for the majority of that game. Right? I mean, it feels like you get under center and you're just like, well, here it comes, right? It feels like facing Tark Skubal. Like, well, here comes 99, or maybe here comes a changeup, and I'm just back here, and I'm the one. I mean, truly, like we talk about an offense, Salk, and the advantage of offense is you get to dictate. Right, you get to dictate. You get to set the formations. You get to set the motions. You get your personnel groups. Right, you in many ways get the first chance to dictate to that defense, and this offense has done an awesome job of that. And you felt that an awful lot this year. It's not very often that a defense actually dictates to the offense. Like, I don't really care. Oh, that's cute. Oh, you want to come out of that? Oh, that's great. Oh, you want to come out in your jumbo, your 6 lineman set, Arizona, because you do that more than anybody in the league. Great. Oh, you want to try to run a little jet sweep on 3rd down? Great. You know, like they are. Oh, you want us to blitz? You want to field? We don't blitz much. Only 19% on the season, but when we do, here she comes. And sack, fumble, touchdown. So it's not often that you get a group to dictate. And this group defensively, especially against lesser
are they
foes,
able to do that, Brock? Is it because a lot of good defenses, a lot of good teams? Is it because I have a theory on it?
It's the same way the Rams have done to the Seahawks a bunch. It's the same way that you feel elite defenses over the years when you've played them for the Seahawks, right? It's like you can't block them. I mean, it starts there. It starts and ends there. Mike likes to talk about the complementary nature, and you tie the front and the coverage together, and there's some aspect of that because if you're just giving gimmies, right, against that pressure, ball's out. But when you tie those things together, then you have a chance to dictate. But let's not kid ourselves. It starts with Derek and Boye and Leonard and DeMarcus and those big boys up front that just overwhelm you, overwhelm that most basic of math formulas again and again and again. And offensively, there's a level of defeatism.
Yeah,
like,
and put Byron in there,
and
even without Jaron Reed, they were able to do it this week. Just complete dominance up front. 5 sacks in the first half? I mean, like when you just keep coming at a team like that, it has to feel suffocating. That's what I would imagine it feels like on the bench as you're looking around and you just feel suffocated. But I think what makes it even more intense, Brock, is it's not just the defense that's overwhelming you because the offense overwhelms you. And if you don't bring up enough bodies to defend the run, they're going to run by you. They ran for nearly 200 yards. And if you do bring up enough bodies to defend the run, they're going to throw it over you. And JSN is everywhere and can't be stopped. And now you add a speed element in Rashid Shaheed, who I thought looked really good in his first action yesterday. And oh, by the way, they're not just overwhelming on offense and defense. Their special teams looked phenomenal again yesterday. It didn't win them the game. It wasn't the deciding factor in that one. But I couldn't help but notice that after all of those touchdowns they were scoring in the first, quarter plus, they would immediately come down and just blow some poor unsuspecting dude up who was trying to get back into the game on special teams. Well, boom, see ya, go sit at the 20. Boom, see ya, go sit at the 18 or what. Like, they were crushing people. And when your team starts feeling that energy, I think they just get better and better and better. I thought that was even more intense than what they did to Washington in the first half because of the defense. I know the second half didn't go the same way. I admit I didn't watch one snap of the second half, so I don't know what happened, and I don't think it matters because I didn't watch it. I was at the hockey tournament for Cecily. Had to go to the game at 2:45. I was glad I got to watch what I did. But that first half, that was insane.
Yep.
The offense is surgical, Brock.
Yep.
The defense is just so powerful.
Yes. And for the first time in a number of years, you're playing off that home crowd too. I mean, you felt their just full throat nature. Now that's been a bunch of games now. Even the Tampa game you lost, I mean, they were there for it because they're sensing and feeling what you and I are and what the national audience is. Like this team now. This isn't just a nice little story up there in the Northwest. This isn't just Mike Macdonald's a good coach, and man, they got some good personnel and maybe a few Pro Bowl and all pro caliber players. Like this team might do some things.
Yeah,
real things.
Now, you're gonna start to really feel some of that this week. Right?
Oh, yes.
Now, I said earlier to Moore and Lyle, and I'm sorry, Brock, this is 2 big admissions right in a row, but I'll admit it, I've not seen the Rams play at all this year. I just, for whatever reason, they almost always play the same time as the Seahawks do. So I have not really had much of a chance to watch the Rams this year. I see the record. I know the record's impressive. We've seen them the last couple of years. They've looked like they've been getting better and better. The defense has some real dudes up front as well, with Fisk and Verse and some of the other guys that we've gotten a chance to see. So I don't know how good the Rams are.
You know what
but
they are?
I got to imagine you win this game, take that lead in this division, there are going to be some real serious conversations.
You know what they are? Like, offensively and defensively, they're like 1 year ahead of you. Okay. Like, just offensively and defensively. Like, they've had their pieces, right? It was their rookie class last year that really Fisk and Verse that came in and just like this rookie class is doing and brought some real, like, whoa, we might be something. And then, made it to the playoffs and did a little damage there before losing in Philly. That's where they are, I think, offensively and defensively is about, 12 months ahead of you. But their special teams are woeful. And they are older than you, right? Their O-line has got a bunch of names that you still remember, Haverstein, and there's Stafford with his gray beard. And so, there's Devontae Adams now with a little oblique that I was watching live yesterday when that happened. They're also older than you. And you're young and you're hungry. And you're right there, man. Almost facsimiles of the way they're built, right? With their speed and their fronts and their offense is so similar. And Matthew's having an unbelievable year. I don't know why I call Matthew. He's Stafford. He's not Hasselbeck. And they're just, it is going to be a behemoth. Two behemoths of a matchup on Sunday in LA.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Good text from Patrick in Tacoma. Still not convinced the Seahawks are that good. 2-2 against teams with winning records. They've not put together a complete game for 4 quarters yet. I think those are fair questions. But this one is not. Oh, my God, look who they beat. Those teams are bad. Yeah, so what? It's the NFL.
Yeah, but you didn't just beat them.
That's right. When you get the chance to play bad teams in the NFL, usually,
them?
You end up winning an 8-point game, and you're like, all right, nice job. You kind of put that one away late. You mollywop teams like this. You got the second highest point differential in the league after Indy, and you're starting to crest, whereas they're starting to feel a little bit iffy. Yeah, you can make a pretty significant argument, a pretty compelling argument that the Seahawks right now are certainly in the top 3 teams in the NFL and playing that kind of ball. We'll come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, some extra facts, figures, and some great sound of Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman yesterday. It's Brock and Salk talking Seahawks all day long on Seattle Sports.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside to Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I have a special offer for you. PCF's Black Friday sale runs through November, and you can get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at PCFgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, PCFgroup.com.
The Home Comfort Alliance Warehouse Clearance Sale ends soon. Save 25 to 75% on heat pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners. Also enjoy 18 months, 0% financing. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com today.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable. with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
Hey, it's Tim Hunter, former Seattle radio goofball here with two words that aren't funny. Prostate cancer. Get your annual checkup. Keep an eye on that PSA number. And if you hear those two words like I did, talk to the folks at Swedish Cyberknife. 5 treatments, minimally invasive and technologically advanced over the other options. If you were a friend, and I consider you one, I'd highly recommend Swedish Cyberknife. We are so lucky to have them right here in town. Do your research, but definitely visit swedish.org/Cyberknife prostate.
Dave Wyman here, and we've been fortunate to hear from 2 Swedish Cyberknife patients this year, Andy Ryder and Tim Hunter. Both heard about Cyberknife from our radio ads and completed successful treatment, raving about their experiences. Tim was impressed that treatment only took 5 days. Andy hosted a large international delegation the week after his treatment. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife here in Seattle. Go to swedish.org/Cyberknife prostate.
The LJ way is.
You look at stuff like this and it's like, I don't want to come into an industry and work on a place that is going to compromise how I feel about myself. I get to go to work every day with good people and I get to enjoy what I do because I'm out there just trying to do right by people I care about, which is our community. We're going to see them at the grocery store. I'm going to see them at the sports tournaments. 2 friends of our daughters came in last night just on the lot, didn't know I was there, and it was cool because you got to take them through and they're going to buy a car for their first driver and a car for their kid going to school soon. These are the people that you're going to work with, and so you better make sure that your laundry's clean. I don't think Lee Johnson specifically, right, Speedway Chevrolet, where I'm at, I don't think they've ever had a problem with the community of being able to stand up and look them in the eye and know that they did their job well.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
The Seahawks have 7 wins now on the year, Brock. Nearly half of them, 3, have come via blowout. Just amazing in this modern NFL where blowouts are very rare to have that many. They were incredible yesterday. First half, about as overwhelming as you're going to find. Arizona had no chance. None. Offense, yeah, let's just march right down and score on a bomb to JSN, who catches everything that you throw his way. The defense, let's score once on a sack fumble caused by Tyrese Knight, and returned by DeMarcus Lawrence. And then a few minutes later, let's do the exact same thing again.
Brissett gets hit again. Ball bounces. Are you kidding me? It goes to D-Long in. Another touchdown. Seahawks
Holy catfish! Lightning strikes twice for the Seahawks defense.
I've never seen that, Brock. Two sack fumbles by the same person, recovered by the same person for touchdowns in like 15 minutes. I was watching it without
Was it Jeremy
sound.
Chin in 2020? I think the numbers are flying around. Like, he did it as a safety or whatever. Like, no, never seen it either. And then the same blitz, like the same. It was the same blitz.
Brock, I was watching without sound. I thought I was watching a replay.
Right.
I was like, wait, did that happen again? What just happened? I was so confused. But yeah, it did.
Did you like his celly like I liked his celly?
Oh.
Little step back.
Yeah, the little step back J.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty good.
Like
yeah, plus you don't get fined like dunking. So yeah, I thought that was fine. Yeah, it's kind of like Randy when he's coming around third base.
I texted Gambo because I was on with Burns and Gambo, our sister station down there in Arizona. You know, the Arizona sports station.
Yes.
Which is kind of the same cheeky way that the Cardinals played yesterday. I texted him at that point. And so what do you think, this D-line? Because I told him on Thursday when I chatted with him, like, this is the best D-line in front since the Super Bowl years. And both of them were like, oh, crud. Oh, great. Like, this is going to be fun. I'm like, I mean, seriously, like, this group is playing like the Super Bowl era front. That is how overwhelming they can be. And he just said bloodbath. I mean, that's what it was. 35-0, just an absolute and total destruction at the hands of the Seahawks yet again.
Well, and DeMarcus Lawrence was a big part of it. Obviously, the 2 fumble recoveries after the game. He spoke about that.
First and foremost, all glory to God. I mean, you can't, draw that up. I mean, T. Knight did a great job, running the play exactly how Coach Macdonald drew it up. And, I was the lucky recipient of the 2 forced fumbles. So I take it every day.
I don't think it was just luck. He was definitely in the right place at the right time, but let's throw a lot of credit at Tyrese Knight, a guy, Brock, who had kind of fallen out of favor, lost his starting job, comes back in because of injury, and did a tremendous, tremendous job yesterday. He spoke about what was going on at training camp and maybe even a little bit more than what we realized.
Yeah, I had an MCL meniscus. I had a little heart situation that got resolved early in training camp. So, got rid of through all of those, but still had to get through the injury part. But that's how the training camp went for me.
Just that thing you just, always a good reminder that you just don't really know what's going on.
Never really know. In football terms, Salk, we do this drill, and we do it all through the season, called country or city for defenders, right? Is it in the country or is it in the city? So, meaning, is it not a lot of population or a lot of population? If there's a lot of population, like the city, then you just dive on that ball and you fight in the pile and you squeeze it and you get after it. When it's in the country and you got a little open space around you, as D-Law did yesterday, and that ball is bouncing, and you get a chance to scoop and score, not once, not twice. That is, he can downplay it, but the agility of a big man like that to do that and scoop and score, pretty darn cool.
All right, they end up throwing the ball just 12 times in the game. 10 of them were completed. Run it 46 times for 198 yards. Nick Eamon-Wari led the team in tackles. They had 5 sacks. Just an awesome, awesome win. 7-2 now, tied for first. Tremendous battle set up against the Rams next week.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, Brock, what happened to the Huskies on Saturday? 13-10, they lose at Wisconsin against 4 quarterbacks who completed 6 passes for 48 yards. What the heck happened?
Well, they set up all 3 of their touchdowns. Or 3 of their scoring situations, unfortunately. Right, fumbled at their own 5 or 6 yard line, kind of like the Seahawks did. I mean, would the Cardinals have scored yesterday if they had to go the long field? Maybe unlikely. The only reason they did score a couple touchdowns is the Seahawks offense set them up, and that's exactly what the UW offense did as well. Just an interception, a fumble by DeMond. Once again, it's weird, man. Like at Husky Stadium, the dude is just electrified. And I know some of it's the opponents you play, but just the confidence and the movement and the feel. And then on the road now in 2 tough environments, and the weather was not great, and I don't think he's a great bad weather when you're as small as he is. And it's a little harder as well, and it was windy, and the snow came out, and it was tough conditions. And it was a game that they had to play complimentary ball, right? Truly, like just play complimentary ball and get out of there with a 20-13 win, 16-13 win. Nobody should apologize for that, but they couldn't do it. Offense, defense, special teams, none of them, especially the offense and special teams, complemented a great defensive effort. And because of it, the playoff is out the window.
Yeah, that's gone.
Done.
Yeah,
over.
Unfortunately,
Yep.
at that point.
Yeah.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Sad news this weekend, Brock. Former Sonics coach Lenny Wilkens passing away at the age of 88 years old. That's a pretty good run. Wilkens won 1,332 NBA games as a coach. Third most all time. Sonics, Blazers, Cavs, Hawks, Raptors, Knicks. I mean, that's pretty impressive in and of itself. My early memories of him are as the head coach of the Cavs. That's kind of where I remember Lenny Wilkens as a kid in the 80s. And some of those teams was like Mark Price and Nance and some of those guys, Brad Daugherty.
He's also a great player in his own right, too.
Yeah.
That's the thing that kind of set him apart, right? One of these, and we've seen it. Like, how many guys can go from being really good players to being really elite coaches? There's not a lot of them.
Seemed like that generation had a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
Right, the Lenny Wilkens, the Bill Russells, some of those guys that really...
Even the Pat Riley, and
Yeah, and basketball maybe lends itself to it more than some other sports. But, yeah, you're absolutely right. The Lenny Wilkens Foundation, Brock, raised millions of dollars to help youth in Seattle reach their full potential. Just incredible. Here is Lenny speaking about being the first to have a statue made for him outside Climate Pledge Arena. This was just back in June.
We're a better community when we're supportive of one another, when we help each other, when we take time to recognize one another. You don't know what you mean to me, but thank you.
Really nice stuff from Lenny Wilkens. By the way, the Kraken split first two games of this road trip. Came back in like the last
Won an
minute.
overtime game, Saul.
Yeah.
Won an overtime game.
Constantly. That's what they do. And played pretty well yesterday, but lost in Dallas. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. It is a Reaction Monday, powered by Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Brock, we've spent a lot of time on Mike Macdonald, the technician, right? The guy who draws up these defenses.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if we've learned enough and talked enough about Mike Macdonald, well, in a different way. We'll get into it next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
All right, look, the simple truth is there's a lot more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses and trying to maintain your lifestyle. I think a lot about retirement. I'm now 47 years old. Hopefully it's not too far away. But you got to start planning so far in advance, and that's why you want to talk to Trajan Wealth. They can help you build a strategy based on realistic options that align with your goals and your circumstances. They'll help you now in the accumulation phase of your life as you're looking to put away that nest egg. But guess what? They can do a whole lot more than that because they'll help you with the distribution phase once you're retired and figuring out the taxes and everything else that you need to know in order to make sure you've got enough for retirement. And then when it's all said and done, what about your legacy, leaving it to your kids with a will or a trust? They can help you walk through all of the details and those choices for your individual needs. Yeah, I'm going to keep saying individual needs. Let Trajan Wealth help you. They'll develop a plan to meet your financial goals. Call them at 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300 or at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
If you use carpool or toll lanes along SR 167, some things have changed, and some things haven't. Using those lanes without a good-to-go account means you'll receive a bill in the mail. That is a change. You'll always pay the lowest toll rate with good-to-go. No change. Carpoolers now need a Flex Pass set to HOV mode to ride free. That's a change. Does a good-to-go pass still save you $2 on every toll? Definitely not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com. Free Flex Passes while supplies last.
It's about grit.
Leonard Williams drags him down.
Running through whatever gets in your way.
The handoff to Charbonnet. Stiff arms a man, turns, first down. Oh my goodness, what a blast!
Fighting for every yard.
The handoff to Walker. He breaks a tackle, comes back to the near side, stumbles across the 10, breaks the tackle. Touchdown, Seahawks!
and a drive that never ends. Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app. What's your holiday tradition? It's G. Scott here. For me, it's gathering with loved ones around a meal that brings joy. For many families, that tradition feels out of reach. Next time you shop at Safeway, please donate to Nourishing Neighbors. Your gift provides groceries to families across Washington, giving them access to nutritious food and the dignity to shop like the rest of us and choose what's meaningful for their holiday table. Visit nourishingneighbors.com and donate at your Safeway checkout. That's nourishingneighbors.com.
Temperatures are dropping, but you don't have to settle for a chilly home this winter. Keep cozy and safe with energy-saving products during Washington Energy's home heating sale on now. Upgrading your home is as easy as $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 off. Take $1,000 off furnaces, fireplaces, and water heaters, $2,000 off high-efficiency heat pump systems, and $3,000 off whole home generators and ductless mini splits, plus free financing. Washington Energy Services, your expert resource for affordable home comfort. Call for a free estimate.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, a full sports book and bar, over 1,000 top-rated slots and table games, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brock, we've talked a lot about Mike Macdonald, the technician, and we will speak with him today again at 9:30, so 2 hours from now, as we do every Monday following these games. And I wonder how much we've talked about Mike Macdonald, the motivator. We've talked about him as sort of CEO and as he's learning that part of the job. And he's talked about the things that he's done, right? Going outside the organization and hiring consultants to, rewatch his tape of him talking to the group and the way he leads and manages all that stuff. Mm-hmm. But Mike Macdonald, the motivator, we've talked about it a little. I don't want to say zero, but I wonder if it deserves a little bit more of a conversation today. And maybe 2 players yesterday. I know you guys talked a little bit about this on Friday, but 2 players jumped out to me yesterday. 2 guys that have had some big problems this year in terms of losing their job and maybe not playing the way they would like. who I thought had two of the best games of anybody yesterday, and that would be Tyrese Knight. We've talked a little bit about him. And Reek Woolen, who was all over the field and defending passes and making some really great athletic plays. At some point, you got to come back to some of the motivational tactics used by the head coach, right?
Yeah, I mean, and you didn't lose them, right? It's young guys that got passed up, and for Tyrese, it was a little bit of injury, and then it was he was back and trying to perform, and he wasn't performing as well as Drake, and Drake at every measurement, if you're going to have a meritocracy, was like, this dude deserves to play if we're going to back up, and I'm going to tell you that regardless of where you're from or your height, weight, or measurables, the guys that are the most effective and the most productive are going to play, then we're going to play Drake. And made that move, 4 or 5 games ago. And sometimes you'll lose a young player, right? They'll just, I'm out. They don't like me. They don't want me. I'm gonna make decisions maybe after practice that aren't the most healthy, and you lose them. And then all of a sudden, someone goes down, and your number's called, and you're not ready to play. And that is the opposite of Tyrese. I mean, he's been up for the call here with the injury to Ernest last couple of weeks, and just as you said, played awesome. And then I would say, as hard as I've been on Reek, and I've been maybe one of the more vocal critics in the market about him, because the skills and the tools, and I was even talking to Titus about this yesterday as we were watching the game, like, yeah, bro, if he had Richard Sherman's processor, he could be the best corner in the game. He's got that elite traits. And yesterday, I thought he was the most in a game that was over. It'd have been very easy for him to just coast and grab somebody, and there's a holding call, and now he's beat, playing catch up. That wasn't the case at all, man. He was as sticky as he has been all season long, as focused, even in a blowout, as we've seen all season long. Yeah. And I think the whole staff deserves some kudos.
That hand on it, Brock, that just jumped out to me, man. That just was a sick play.
Sure
just
was.
Really showing his length and the those arms that just go gadget, right? They just keep going and eventually knock that pass away. Yeah, you're right.
This is the key. I would say this is the key to Mike's motivation. Sorry to cut you off, and then you can finish it. I would say that he, we talk about vulnerability and transparency and humility and all those E's, right? I think this is where the staff is critically important, that who he has surrounded himself with. Unlike Pete, that's the Pied Piper, right? You talk to Lane, you talk to Sark, you talk to all the guys that worked for Pete, and it's like, no, he's the straw that stirs the drink. Like, he's relentless and energetic, and the Pied Piper, and the master motivator, and his class at USC. Like, no. That's his gifting. Mike, I think, understands, like, my gifting is a little more hardwired for football, so I better have a fun, effervescent Aiden Verdi. I better have a staff and some people around me that can bring some of the personality and the juice
I think
that
that's
I don't have.
Yes. I think that's absolutely true. He seems to understand some of his weaknesses and has a good sense as to how to complement them, just like Pete did, I think, in the early years. Knew he needed some, hardline people around him if he was going to be the fun, good time guy who would kind of let you do whatever. Yeah, Pete needed a disciplinarian around him, and maybe Mike needs some of the opposite. But I think it's also worth mentioning that it's not just his words, but also his actions. Hey, Tyrese Knight, you lost your job. Sorry, buddy. You're going to go watch. Go watch what Drake
Drake Thomas.
Brock. Drake Thomas does. Let's go see that. Hey, Reek, you maybe not going to play. We'll see. I mean, like, my comments about you in the media are going to be kind of, we'll see. And then you go out there, and maybe that was exactly what those guys needed in order to do what they did yesterday, and really for the last couple of weeks. Kudos to them, and I think kudos to Coach. Here was Cut 15. This is Tyrese Knight talking about what it meant to have a couple of good games after the way the season began.
Honestly, it just feel good to be back healthy. I mean, there ain't no excuse early in the season, but, right now I just feel like me again, just back moving, how I'll be moving, just playing football better. So it's just, good for my rehab to get back right, just for me staying strong, just staying locked in with everything, things will work out how it's supposed to work out.
Good on him, man. It's easy to forget, but he came on last year and really was a difference maker. His speed is a difference maker. We saw it on those two blitzes, but it wasn't just the blitzes. He played a really good game.
Yep. Yeah, the speed of him and Drake is real. And then to your point, like, you sit and watch, and I remember my final year at Washington, and it was a hard year, just a difficult year with a lot of expectations, and those things crumbled, and my game crumbled, and my fundamentals crumbled, but I do remember with a separated shoulder kind of early on watching, and man, is it a different perspective. I remember watching, and in this case, it was a freshman, Marcus Tuiasosopo, came in and started a game or two, and just that different perspective from the sidelines that, man, when you're in the midst of it and you're kind of in the fire and things are flying around you, you need a little perspective change. You're like, oh, maybe that fire isn't that hot. And maybe if I control the controllables and do the things that I need to do, oh, and by the way, this looks like a lot of fun. Like success and celebrating with your teammates and making about others, and that perspective changer that when you're removed from it, and it can be, and it's taken from you. And we've heard that a lot of times from different players through injury or otherwise. Like when it's taken from you, you realize you better not take it for granted very long.
What do you think?
Because this league is very, very fleeting.
Sorry, what do you think you would enjoy most about playing for Mike Macdonald?
He's very analytical, so that would fit in my kind of just DNA of just kind of that linear analytical, game management plan put together. I think I would enjoy that. I think he's, what did DeMarcus Lawrence call him last week? Something. It was just kind of a contradictory madman and mad scientist, and I think I would enjoy that nature of it because there's some madman in me. But then there's just that hard wiring, like, hey man, just give me the plan, and if we do and he's a really hard worker.
It was a calculated hothead.
There you go. Calculated hothead. And I think I would enjoy a bunch of it. I think I'd also like Clint Kubiak, Salk, because this system offensively is pretty fun to play in. There's a lot of shots. Yes. There's a lot of things just tied together very well. Remember all those conversations before the season and the system and when it's going well, and we've seen it with McVay and we've seen it with Shanahan. And why can't we see it in Seattle? Why does this offense in Seattle look so different than everybody else's? Remember that for so many years?
Doesn't
now
look
it
that
doesn't.
way now, man.
Now it does
pretty good. All right, we'll get Blue 88 here in about 5 minutes. Takeaways a little bit later. Mike Macdonald will join us at 9:30. Brock, great to meet some people in the Tri-Cities this weekend. Really my first extended time there. I've been there before, but first full weekend in the Tri-Cities.
And where were we of the three?
I was in Kennewick. We were in Kennewick, right by the Toyota Center there, where we went to the WHL game, Tri-City Americans, which was awesome. So fun, just like a cool small town vibe, I guess I would say. And just an awesome game. I mean, the hockey is so fun. That was great. Want to shout out the team. Cecily's team did win it all with a goal differential of 34-1 over the course of 4 games.
Whoa. What kind of competition were we playing here?
2 games were blowouts. 1 game was a little tough. The team from Portland probably was out of their element. The goal, it was tough. But two pretty good games against good teams. So just for winning, Brock, Emma, Joe, Cecily, Jax, Suhani, Ellie, Renee, Asha, Lyndon, Olivia, Ashton, Rose, Amelia, and Maria. Just a dominant performance. That's a big shout out for all of them. Yes. Now. Here's what I want to ask you. If you can guess this, I will be incredibly impressed.
You sent this in the email, and I believe I watched what's that show? Diners, Drive-In, and Dives. I think they may have done a special.
There's no way. Really? I hope so. I ate at a restaurant while I was in Kennewick, Brock.
Yes.
That was the best, most hilarious combination of 2 different cuisines.
Yes.
I would love to know if you could guess the 2 cuisines that were present at this restaurant.
I think it's Japanese and Mexican.
No, absolutely not. Great guess, but no, that is not right. Maura, Lyle, would you like to throw your hat in the ring to try to guess which 2 cuisines were at this restaurant that we went to?
Italian and Asian. I don't know.
No, it's much more specific. One of them is general.
Sudanese and Cuban.
No, this just cracks me up. That's a good guess, Brock. That's a better guess. Okay. The restaurant, the big sign out front says Mexican, cocktails, and crepes. It's freaking hilarious.
Mexican,
oh my God, I love this place.
Cocktails and crepes.
Mexican cocktails and crepes. Those 3 things are what's on the sign. So Cecily and I were trying to figure out what to eat for lunch. We're like, hey, look at this. There's a place called Crepe House, CREPEHAUS, the Crepe House. Like, that sounds kind of light, breakfasty. Let's go over there. And we get there, and the big sign says El Compadre. We're like, well, where's the crepe? Wait, it says crepes on the sign. So you go inside, and they have they're like, oh, what do you want? Like, oh, we're going to get crepes. Great, sounds good. We'll bring you some chips and guacamole. Go with it. And it was awesome.
Good.
It was so good.
So
yes.
good.
It was
what you realize
really good.
When you get to Middle America or you get to the Tri-Cities, you realize how fast the coasts run. Molly and I had a little, getaway and everything else, and there was this sign on the side of the road that said, "My wife is hot, but my furnace is not." And I'm like, that sounds like the 80s in Puyallup, or, like Seattle, the 80s. Like, things have moved beyond some of this, but, you pull away from the coast a little bit. And you'll get crepes and guacamole.
I'm going to send you a picture of Puddles, who I took a picture with at the Tri-Cities Americans game. He wears a kilt all over, and he has a siren on top of his head. And when the team scores, Brock, the siren makes it's a light and siren thing that makes noise and lights up. It's hilarious. Oh my God, dude, it was so funny. So that was awesome. And then just a last note on this, and then we will move on. The idea of 12-year-old girls playing hockey is awesome. It is the most incredible contradiction of two completely different personalities all at the same time. Because only a 12-year-old girl playing hockey can go out on the ice, knock the crap out of people, play physical, hard, nasty, tremendous hockey, and then get into the elevator with their giant pig stuffy and be like, oh yeah, this is Biggie Piggy. He's the biggest of my 13 pigs. Only a 12-year-old girl can do that, and it's just hilarious. So kudos to the team. It was a lot of fun, and let's get back to some football with Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
No, people saying crepes are part of Mexican cuisine. Not like this, man. This was, I asked the story. It was a German guy and a Mexican woman who had met and gotten married, and then ultimately ended up opening this restaurant, or 2 restaurants in the same building. It was cool. In the middle of the space, Brock, was an open kitchen. And on one half of it, they had the big crepe circle things.
Oh, yeah.
And on the other half, they were making guac.
It's really good.
It really was
Tri-Cities
fun.
really fun. And Miners was good on the way home?
Miners was good, yeah. So we did Campus You Totem on the way out, Miners on the way back.
Oh, that's big time. What a
Both
trip.
good.
What a trip.
Miners are so big.
So big.
They can't eat it all.
Don't come weak.
I
You better
came
come
too
hungry.
weak.
You
I
better
thought I was
come
hungry. I was
Yes.
by the time I left, I was not hungry. I could not eat it all. It was a disgusting amount of food.
Yes.
Absolutely just a revolting amount of food. All right, Brock, question number 1 for you. Hold on, I got to pull this up. I got this. Question number 1. What's going to happen to Jonathan Gannon? I thought he might get run at halftime. Is he done in Arizona?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make it. I just don't think, unfortunately, he's going to make it. Their schedule gets even more brutal. Tampa and the Rams, and yeah, this was a game after a good win in Dallas, right? And you put Kyler on the IR, and I'm going to go with Jacoby. And by the way, Brissett did a bunch of good things in the game. I mean, the sack fumbles were tough, and you got to have a little better feel. And if it happens once, it better not happen twice. But that, he's a journeyman backup kind of guy. And unfortunately, Salk, when you're 0-6, and he's now 0-6 versus Seattle.
Ooh, can't do that.
That's not going to work in the division. You got to kind of make some strides. Not been good overall. He's 1-3 versus the Rams, 2-3 versus the Niners. But I think the Seahawks will probably be his undoing, because I think if you're an owner, and Bidwell's a bad owner, and he just continues to turn it over and turn it over and turn it over, and there's no continuity and there's very little alignment. I think he's going to give this GM a chance to hire his coach and find his quarterback. Right? If you've hired a different GM, and you've gone down that road, then this GM, you've got to at least give that chance, right, before you blow the whole thing out and say, okay, Monty, go ahead and find your coach and find your next quarterback,
See if you
and
can
we'll
find
see
a
if we
coach
can
who's not a
turn the
complete
table.
weirdo. How's that? See if you can find that.
Yeah, what?
Pew, pew, pew.
Yeah, my filter's gonna. I was gonna say something, but it would not have been appropriate. So,
All right,
even on a
question
Monday,
number
my
two.
filter. Was
Let's go
wrong.
question number 2. Who gets fired first, Brock? Just to go back to that one. Gannon, Dable, or McDaniel?
McDaniel's going to make it through the season, so they fired the
that way.
GM.
Yep.
And I think the team responded. What a win for them.
Yeah.
I think you've got to give Dable the season with Dart. Poor Russell. Oof. You didn't see any of that.
I saw the last drive.
Just can't move
He didn't
anymore.
complete a pass.
I mean, he just can't move. Yeah. So I think Dable's going to get the year at least with Dart and kind of see how that thing works. And who was the third one? McDaniel, Dable.
Gannon.
Yeah. Yeah, Gannon's
Could be
gonna-
Gannon. All right.
Yep.
Question number 2 is this, Brock. Trade demands. As went through here, we talked about how the Seahawks did not trade anyone off their current roster. Who do you think they had to really work hard to hold on to?
Yeah, it was Boye. Boye was the decision they had to make. Now, there were a few things that came up for the Seahawks and some opportunities that they thought maybe would come to fruition and did not. But you saw Schefter and some of the other insiders reporting after the fact that, if New England and a few other teams came after Boye. And not surprisingly, right? A young pass rusher that's got some real juice. And there just was not that equal sign that we chatted down at spring training with Hollander about, right? Some of these guys and trade proposals and okay, ultimately we've got to figure out, is this thing equitable, right? It makes sense, and I get it, and there's a need, and we found a good partner, but ultimately, 2x equals 6, X equals 3 in that case, and do we find a match? And they could not find a match. There just was not going to be enough value coming back to take a really significant, productive piece from this team. And I think that Tampa game kind of scared them a little bit, rightfully so. That you take a couple guys away in that Tampa game, and all of a sudden that rotation, and all of a sudden other guys are playing that aren't as dynamic, and okay, we move on from Boye. What do we have? And that was the calculus that ultimately they said no. But there were many teams, not surprisingly, wanting Mr. Maffei's services.
All right, question number 3. Brock, what happened? What happened to UW? What happened to the offense?
Yeah, you lose Jonah in that kind of weather, Salk, and playing that kind of team. You really would have loved, and Muhammad did okay. I mean, he was productive and he was fine. But again, I'll just come back to that word we've talked a lot about with these Seahawks, and that is complementary. And if you're going to play in the Big Ten, and you're going to play pretty mature cultures, and even as broken as Wisconsin is, playing 4 quarterbacks, not just in this game, Salk, but all season long, having no offense really to speak of, they are salty on defense. And it is, 30 with wind and snow flurries. It gets very real. That's not fun and easy. The Dempsey Indoor facility, that you're playing in. And that's a salty crew that I think got invigorated a little bit and good timing by Chris McIntosh, the AD at Wisconsin, to say, nope, we're not firing Luke Fickell. We're not going to just blow this thing up. We're going to give him, another year and off season to get things right with their quarterback and their offense. Because we got some good dudes here, and those dudes played really, really hard, and you gave them life. And that game got really nerve-wracking to me when it stayed as tight and as close, and then you fumble and you give them a touchdown. I was like, this is not good. This is not good. This is how you lose games to bad football teams in the Big Ten in November in bad weather. You let them hang around, and and they could not find a way to get it done.
All right, that is today's Blue 88. Of course, we do that every morning at 7:45. 206 says, I just looked up the Crepe House and Compadre in Kennewick. The reviews are fantastic. 4.6 stars. Yeah, it was really good. I told you it was weird, but it was great. I mean, it's definitely, I have a picture of Cecily. She's got a thing of guac and chips, like a French toast crepe right in the middle. Also, the other funny thing is the restaurant is...
Are you a crepe guy? You like crepes?
I like crepes, yeah.
Do
I
you?
like savory crepes, sweet crepes,
never gotten
sure.
into crepes, yeah.
Well, the restaurant is huge. That's the other thing that's hilarious. If you had a place like that in Seattle, it would be like a little hole in the wall. But here, they probably could seat 150 people in this restaurant. It's got so much space. So much space.
Love it.
Oh, my gosh.
We'll do it live. I love it. Yeah, the cost per square foot in Kennewick probably a little different.
Yeah, a little different.
In Bellevue and Seattle.
Yeah, it's a little, sure. little different proposition in terms of how much you want to pay for it. So anyway, it was a great time, man. The whole youth sports thing has so many major problems, and we've talked about them a lot, and we will again. Yep. But at its best, with a good group of kids and a good group of parents and some coaches and people that have, look, they won one of the games 19-0. It was too bad. It was hard. But they handled it really well, and the coaches handled it really well, and the parents handled it well, and it was nice. Hockey's a really cool sport. I was talking to one of the guys who was working there, and he's like, oh, how'd you get into this? He said, well, we're a host family for one of the, Tri-Cities Americans players. The last couple of years, guy who's like, 18, 19 years old, whatever they are, came and lived at their house because they don't make that much money in the WHL, so they live with a host family. Yep. And he's like, it changed my life, changed my kid's life. This guy's unbelievable, and kind of showed my kid what was possible and got her into it. And I don't know, it was a really, really cool story. And
it feels like hockey from my life experience and not having ever been a hockey family, but knowing many of them, hockey is like one of the coolest youth sports. As far as that, as far as building like like the hockey mom that gets into it and brings everyone then together, and the way you travel together, and your gear's got to stay outside of the hotels so you don't destroy the hotels with the smell and the stink.
Cecily and I had a whole plan because we had to leave right after the game yesterday, 4-hour drive back. We're like, okay, this stuff's going in this bag. We're going to seal it like this. We're going to go a little deodorant wipe over here. And like, oh, yeah, dude, we had the whole thing strategized. Didn't smell at all. Didn't smell at all the whole ride home. All right, Brock, coming up next, there is an adage that we have repeated on this show over and over again. What if it's not true? It's next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. we can help.
The Home Comfort Alliance Warehouse Clearance Sale ends soon. Save 25 to 75% on heat pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners. Also enjoy 18 months, 0% financing. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com today.
Want to boost collaboration and morale in your workplace? Take your team out of the office and into the trees at Bellevue Adventures. Our team-building programs combine zip lines, aerial challenges, and problem-solving activities that strengthen trust and communication. Perfect for leadership retreats, onboarding, or just a fresh perspective. Book your corporate adventure now at bellevue-adventures.com. Bellevue Adventures, where teams grow stronger together.
Thinking about new windows or doors, but unsure about writing a big check up front? For the first time ever, Lake Washington Windows is offering an incredible 5-year zero-interest financing, plus 15% off for a limited time. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com today.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No. We'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Guys, tired all the time, gaining weight, low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is making it easier to get answers with a comprehensive wellness panel. It's not just a lab test, it's where better performance begins. Our providers will check your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. A $400 value for just $99, or free if you start treatment. Over 120,000 men have trusted Revive to restore their energy, mood, and confidence. So if you're ready to feel better and live stronger, call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Offer ends November 30th. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, we've been saying this for a long time. Now, it's not our saying, but I think we liked it. I think we supported it, both of us. I think we spent a lot of time arguing about its merit to some people out there that disagreed, and Moore is going to be one of those people. And as we sit here this morning at 8:01 on November 10th, 50 years since the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, Brock, I think it's time to ask, is this totally true? Pete Carroll and Bruce Irvin told us this a long time ago.
Can you win the game in the first quarter? No! Can you win the game? Hell no! No! Can you win the game in the third quarter? No! Can you win a game in the fourth quarter?
All right, Bruce's timing's still not great.
So impeccable.
Like, dude, just
he was
false
tweeting
start.
yesterday. Do you see Brucey tweeting yesterday?
Yeah, he was
Brucey,
tweeting about
Bruce.
Anthony
No,
Bradford.
Bruce.
Yeah.
No, Bruce.
I did see that. Hell no! Bruce is the best. A very unique character. But, Brock, we spent a lot of time arguing about whether or not you could win the game in the first quarter. And I think you have to, after what we've seen so far this year, say the answer to that question is Sometimes.
Well, kind of depends.
Sometimes you can.
Is it 28-0 like the last 2 weeks? Yeah, there's a pretty good chance you could win it in the first. Now, the Texans game yesterday, I thought that thing was over. Like Jacksonville, all, 2-score, 3-score lead. Like they got up on them. They jumped on them. Like Davis Mills, QB, like that game's over, right? No, actually, you can lose it in the very end.
You can. I think the answer to this, Brock, is you can win the game in the first quarter, but it's really hard to do, very rare, and it takes a lot of things going the way it did yesterday where you just completely embarrass a team, and the other team has to help. They've got to help you with that. They have to give you some stuff in order to really dominate a game in the first half. But it is pretty crazy, some of these stats coming out. In terms of points scored in the first half this year, the Seahawks have 3 of the 4 highest totals, which is crazy.
Is this first half or first quarter?
First half.
This first half, okay.
Yeah,
I know they lead the league in first quarter scoring as well.
That is first half.
Gotcha, okay.
Here's the number for you. I'm going to give you the actual numbers.
And I think the counterpoint to this, and I'll speak for more in that side of the audience just a little bit, Salk, is it wasn't even the thesis of it or the headline or the thought of it. It was dictating how you played the game.
Right.
Like, why do you have to play so conservative, right? In the first and second quarter, can you open up the playbook? Can you take a 50-yard shot to JSN?
And Pete
can
would
you
even
go
admit
for it
that
on
he
4th
liked
and
it to
1?
be close to the end. He was like, I'm kind of a sicko like that. We're like, no, take a lead. Take a convincing lead.
Most points scored in the first half of games this year. Seahawks 38 twice. Vikings scored 34 against the Bengals in week 3, and then the Seahawks and Commanders with 31. So 38, 38, 34, and 31. The Seahawks have 3 of those 4. They've also now gotten out to 28-0 leads in back-to-back games. You know how many times that's happened in the Super Bowl era? 3. Thrice. That's it. That a team has gotten out to a 28-0 lead in back-to-back weeks. But I think that's also sort of the point. That's how rare it is. That's happened 3 times in the Super Bowl era that a team gets out to a 28-0 lead in back-to-back games. Yeah, I guess it can happen, but it's very, very rare. I think you're saying it the right way, though, Brock. Like a really good balance of understanding that many, if not most, NFL games will come down to the fourth quarter, if not the final couple minutes. But if you got an opportunity to blow a team out early, take it.
Yeah, it is the old, can you win a golf tournament in the first round? No. But can you lose it? Yes. If you try to take too much risk and you just, shoot yourself out of it, and it's too big a number, you're not even going to make the cut. Yeah, I do think Pete enjoyed the nature of really close games. Felt like he entrusted his defense and his management and his playmakers, especially in the heyday, to be like, yeah, we're not going to lose the game. We're not going to fall behind. We're not built that way. We're built to play elite defense and run the ball and wear you out and find a way in the fourth quarter to win those one-score games that they did at a very productive rate. That's not Mike Macdonald's MO. I mean, I think we remember talking about that with him at times last year and bringing that up. Like, no, that's not something we talk about, right? It's kind of like the basketball hoop that we had to kind of bolt out of the stage there in the team room. Like, that's awesome. That totally worked for 15 years for that coach and that motivation and that competition and all of it. That's not who I am. We can keep a hoop in the indoor facility and guys can have some fun shooting in there, but that's not the way we're going to be built. Right. And we're not built to just play rope-a-dope and get this game and I'm just going to totally lean on my defense. No, we're going to play it complementary in all 3 phases. And if we can step on somebody early and we can take some shots and we can go for it, or, on a 4th down, and that's what the numbers tell us, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to go for it. Yeah. And we're going to jump on folks that they've done a bunch.
I also think, look, the Pete Carroll thing of can you win the game in the first quarter and all that is really about just teaching his team to finish, right?
Yes.
It's teaching his team that no matter what goes wrong in the first 3 quarters, because often it will, you still have the opportunity to come back and win it late, and what you do late really matters. And Maura, I think you're right. He probably did drift too far into the conservative elements early and relied on what was going to happen in the fourth quarter too much. That's probably a fair criticism. But I would still argue that Pete's absolutely right. For the most part, you can't win the game in the first 3 quarters in the NFL. You've got to win it late. And that is what you should be reminding your team all the time, that you got to finish. You got to finish. You got to finish. Now, it's easy, to do that when you've gotten up to a 35-0 lead and you're running the ball on all but 2 or 3 downs in the entire second half.
Right.
You're just trying to make the game end.
There's not many times you get to play a hockey team from Portland as bad as they were this weekend. Unfortunately, and not to rip this group of gals from Portland, but they just weren't equipped. They weren't ready, and it's not often in the NFL that you get stuff like this. You get more of what happened around the league yesterday. You get New Orleans beating a hot Carolina team. You get a downtrodden, broken Miami outfit that traded everybody away and finds a way to beat the Bills in their building yesterday. That's what the NFL is, by and large, right? And that's why that mantra of finishing and how important that is matters, because by and large, there is a whole lot of parity in the league. And I think this year, Salk, there's as much as ever, and it's why, back to the conversation that started the show, these kind of performances and those, as ridiculous as the power rankings are, if they're not in the top 5 of ESPN's power rankings going into tomorrow, or, when they come out tomorrow, I'll be rather shocked. I mean, your scoring differential, your offense, your defense, your special teams, your playmaking ability, how you beaten people, the style with which you've beaten them.
There are 6 teams who have won 7 or 8 games. 6 teams have won 7 or 8 games. That includes the Chargers, who are 7-3. But it's the Patriots, who are 8-2, the Colts, who are 8-2, the Broncos, who are 8-2.
Yep.
And by the way, the Seahawks have a better point differential than all of those teams other than Indy, who they trail by a few. And then in the NFC,
it's the Rams.
Talking about just Seahawks and Rams.
Mm-hmm. And you could see Philly tonight. They get to 7-2 tonight. So they'll play tonight. And so put kind of Philly on that list. Mm-hmm. And of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Salk, I would contend offense, defense, balance, running it, throwing it, health. The Chargers are so banged up, right? Denver is so one-dimensional defensively, right? Philly has not put it together in that kind of form. New England it's crazy. Drake May
haven't really played anybody, but they
went to Tampa yesterday and beat Tampa Bay.
Yep.
In their
5-0
house,
on the road. Pretty impressive.
Yeah. So, you're a top 5 team in the NFL, and I just don't think there's a whole lot of debate about that.
All right. Well, how'd they get there? With an unbelievable dominating victory yesterday. We'll run through it and a whole lot more next on Brock and Salk.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
When you're at home and next to your windows, do you notice cold air or a draft when the wind blows? How about moisture or leaking during a rainstorm? Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years in our home, our window seals started breaking. A failed window can do major damage to your home, and the older the window, the more likely it is to fail. That's why right now is an excellent time to have Harley Exteriors come by for a no-charge consultation. That's exactly what I had done over the summer, and not only were they extremely knowledgeable about all things windows, I found them to be polite, professional, and respectful. In other words, people you want to do business with. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy 3 windows, get 1 free. No payments or interest until 2027. And take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. They'll give you an honest assessment and quote. Go to harleyexteriors.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it's nice to take care of everything early, Brock, and that's what the Seahawks did. Like, they had a plan, they went out and executed it, and we're like, cool, we're done by halftime. That's nice. They took most of the second half off. They didn't play particularly well, but it didn't matter because they were already up by such a large margin. They just completely and totally overwhelmed Arizona early in every phase of the game. I think that's what I like so much about it. Special teams did its thing. Defense obviously scoring twice, but the offense, don't leave that out of it. They marched right down and scored the first couple times they had the ball. This was awfully pretty.
At the Arizona 43. Opening drive by the Seahawks, play fake, and Darnold's going to roll left. Has time, going to let it fly. Got a man deep, reaching up, touchdown, Seahawks! And guess who? Jackson Smith and Jigba with the touchdown reception, tightly covered, but dropping that baby in the bucket. Sam Darnold from 43 out. The Hawks up 6-0.
Right from the jump. No, by the way, that's now the 4th opening scoring drive of this season. Remember where for 2 years you couldn't score on an opening drive? Speaking about, hey, can't win a game in the first or the second. Yeah, you can score on the opening drive. Not just field goals, you can score touchdowns, and they've done it at a really high clip as well.
Yeah, pretty incredible. Look, the second half offensively was not great, but the first half, when it mattered, they did everything you would need to do. Jackson Smith-Njigba continues to be the best receiver in the game, and he's got a lot of love for his quarterback.
Yeah, Sam, I don't know how he does it, honestly, but he's a competitor, and, he's going to, shoot for the moon, and, guys like me, receivers, we appreciate that, him giving me a chance to make a play on the ball. And, he's a special player, and it's like the Sam Darnold show out there for
What do you have, 92, 93 yards, something like that? Would have been more, except for the pass interference that ended up moving the ball down to the 1, so he didn't get credit for the yards, but, man.
He had one target, I mean, it just didn't even throw in the second half. That was kind of the only bummer about this, is you were so dominant. Now, you did run for over 200 yards until you took 3 kneel downs, and that was better. Right, the last time you kind of had a lead like this, and even in Arizona, you couldn't run it in that second half, right? So that was a big, big step forward. Bottom line to me was just this, Salk, and I should have said this from the jump. The Seahawks, yet again, are the hammer, and their opponent has been the nail. And it's been really 8 of 9 games. I know they lost to San Francisco, but even that one, they hit them, they hammered them, they knocked people out of that game. Yesterday, what did they knock out? 5 Cardinals out of that game as well. They were the hammer. The opponents have been the nail. And for the first time all season, you're going to have 2 hammers going at it Saturday in L.A.
Yeah,
because the Rams are doing the exact same thing in many, many ways that you were doing.
Yeah, all very true. Look, the defense did its thing. We just gave some love to the offense. But you got to come back to the defense, because as good as the offense was early, you don't take a lead like that without scoring on defense or at least setting it up. They did that with 2 fumble returns for touchdowns. Mike Macdonald, I don't think he'd ever seen that either.
I couldn't believe the D-Law got the second one. I was like, holy crap, it's him again. But the way that he attacked the ball tonight is just awesome. I mean, we haven't forced any fumbles yet all this year on defense, and we got 2 today. So it's awareness. It's just taking advantage of those opportunities was awesome.
It was all of those things, and helps them go cruise to a 44-22 win, which was a scoregami, Brock. A new score never before achieved in the NFL. So another scoregami for the Seahawks, yeah?
Are you sure?
Saw yesterday.
Didn't somebody yesterday have 44-22 as well? Weren't there 2 44-22s yesterday?
I saw yesterday. It was a scoregami.
You read that in the paper?
I'm crazy. I read it yesterday. I read it in our paper. What to tell you?
Yes, the Lions and Commanders were 44-22. You're telling me there were 2 44-22s?
Yeah.
And they've never been done before in the history of the game?
That's what I'm telling you. I think. 7-2, Brock. They're in a tie for first. Should be an epic battle against the Rams next week.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Just passing on what I heard. Maybe I got sent-elled. What in the world, Brock, happened to the Huskies? Because I heard that they were in the top 25. I heard that they were going to be a potential playoff team if they could run the table here. I heard that Wisconsin was not very good.
No, and they still aren't very good.
Well, they lost 13-10.
They're one of the worst in all of college football. And the Husky defense did their part. The Husky defense did more than their part. They actually created your touchdown and helped set up field position. Unfortunately, your offense did not do a darn thing. Never got in a rhythm, as Jed Fish said. Unfortunately for old Jed, this has now been a reoccurring theme. Like, you've been awesome at home. You've been terrible on the road. 1-7 in Big Ten play now over the last 2 years on the road. Whether it's the way you've traveled, and they've tried to tweak some of that and benefit the guys in some different ways, but you've just not handled these Big Ten environments. Whether it's Rutgers, whether it's Iowa, whether it's a snowy, cold, windy Wisconsin with a team that lost 6 in a row, you've just not been able to handle your business on the road. And you're not going to get to the playoffs, and you're not going to, win conference titles, and you're not going to be a substantial team until you find a way to do that. Can't be one-dimensional. They've been awesome at home, been terrible on the road, and we're again on Saturday. Next.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
That's fine. Kraken, unfortunately, Brock. Well, they'll give him a split in the first 2 games this road trip. It was a great come-from-behind win in St. Louis. Unfortunately, they did not get it done in Dallas. Got a couple guys coming back, though, which is good. Our guy Capo Caco is back now, Brock. They got Riker Evans back.
Joaquin Taco is back?
And, yeah, it's Capo Caco. Come on now. It's not... Let's not take shots at...
What? No, walking tacos are good, bro.
I know they're
That's
good.
what we had in Nebraska.
Man's got a
Titus is
name.
a little
Let's be clear. Okay. Sad news this weekend. Former Sonics coach Lenny Wilkins, a legend, passes away at the age of 88. Won more than 1,300 NBA games, which is incredible. Third most
right?
all time. Yeah, Sonics, Blazers, Cavs, Hawks, Raptors, Knicks, retired in 05. But really, you know, almost his best work happened after that as he just became a charitable, huge member of the Seattle community more than anything else.
Yep, got that New Yorker accent all the way through all of the years, but was a player first and then became a player coach and then became a coach and then became a world champion and, you know, brought that championship, really the first to the Seattle market as the NBA came to Seattle. And man, he and just I think of Lenny and that crew, right? And all those guys, Slick, and we lost Slick as well, and downtown Freddie Brown and Jack Sikma, they just had maybe the first team in Seattle, certainly in my lifetime, that just had a brand. Like you just knew them, like stars, like league-wide, national, way out there in Southeast Alaska, making the market relevant for professional sports. And Lenny was a big, big part of that.
All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. All right, so here's the deal.
So Brock was right. The Lions Commanders ended, and
Yeah,
heading into
and
this
it's not
year,
the
that
only one.
score had only happened once, but now it's happened a few times this year.
Yeah.
You know who I
Seriously,
got
get your
this
facts and
from?
Come back and see me.
I'm sorry. I was reading NFL Scorigami, who yesterday tweets that Scorigami. Well, and then readers have to add context later saying, no, this is the 4th time it's happened.
That's right.
What a total joke.
What does Scorigami even mean?
If you can't trust NFL Scorigami, who can you trust? Who's left, Brock? If that's the world we're living in where you can't trust NFL Scorigami to tell you whether or not a score is Scorigami, you're kidding me. What has happened to this world? What are we even living in? Why
You know what's happened to this world, Salk? I'll tell you what's happened to this world. You can get a fine restaurant that's got chips and guac and crepes. That's what's happened to this world.
That's pretty good. That is pretty good, but you got to go to Kennewick to do it. All right, we'll be back with takeaways. Brock and Moore have a lot. I'll chip in. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports. Chip in, chips and guac. All right, sorry. Play. It's Seattle Sports on 710.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
All right, man, we are now past Halloween. We're getting real close to Thanksgiving. Obviously, Christmas and New Year's right after that. So it is holiday season. The weather has turned. Is your house going to be warm enough to host all those guests this year? If you've got any issues with your insulation, then you got to get that stuff fixed. That's why you call Crawl Pros. They'll come out, just like they did at my house, do a free corner-to-corner inspection and see what's going on with the insulation there. Because if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. And if you want to combine those rebates with federal tax credits, you got to act now because the federal tax credits are set to expire at the end of this year. So call Crawl Pros, have the crawl space experts come out and learn what's going on back there for free. And remember, as your heaters kick back on now, right, months and months of dust buildup and allergens, they're all getting pushed through your air ducts and into your home. So schedule a duct cleaning there with Duct Pros, all part of what Crawl Pros offers. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, plumbing issues, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Thinking about new windows or doors, but unsure about writing a big check up front? For the first time ever, Lake Washington Windows is offering incredible 5-year zero-interest financing, plus 15% off for a limited time. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com today.
Carpoolers using the SR-167 Express toll lanes now need a Flex Pass set to HOV mode to ride free. That's a change. Having good to go always costs less than pay by mail. That is not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com.
Selling cars is a really easy business. It's complicated by really bad dealers. And why do we do that? Well, because we think that the less information we give and the more that we can dictate it on our terms, the more profitable we'll be. And what we found is that this is the exact opposite. The easier we make it, the more information we give, the more comfortable customers are in doing business with us. Now, that one transaction, we might make a little bit less on, but it's not the one. It's that one that leads to the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. It's not the one individual. He's like, but you never get to the spouse, the parents, the kids, the friends, if you don't take care of them first.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
What's your holiday tradition? It's G. Scott here. For me, it's gathering with loved ones around a meal that brings joy. For many families, that tradition feels out of reach. Next time you shop at Safeway, please donate to Nourishing Neighbors. Your gift provides groceries to families across Washington, giving them access to nutritious food and the dignity to shop like the rest of us and choose what's meaningful for their holiday table. Visit nourishingneighbors.com and donate at your Safeway checkout. That's nourishingneighbors.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I have a special offer for you. PCF's Black Friday sale runs through November, and you can get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
Ooh, that face. Quantum Fiber Internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum Fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum Fiber Internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right. Let's see. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710. Congrats, Salks, as the 206, for discovering what everyone else on the west side of Washington State already knew. There's another part of Washington State east of the mountains that is starkly different than the Puget Sound region. Duh. I don't know whether I discovered it. I was just sort of enjoying some of those differences, and I thought
Where
you might
did you
like
and
to hear
Heather,
about them.
way back when, where did you guys stay in that hut?
Oh, in that yurt?
In that yurt. Where was
Cape
that?
Disappointment.
Oh, that's sweet.
Down in Long Beach. Yeah, that was our first real trek around Washington. We went down to Cape Disappointment to stay in a yurt. We brought all this food and we're like, this is terrible. Let's go eat at a nice restaurant instead. We got fondue. Then ended up going to wine country in Willamette the next day. We're like, this sucks. This is not for us. I'm never staying in a yurt again. Let's do some takeaways.
Takeaways.
All right, I had to add this one to my list. It's not on my dozen or so I shot to you guys last night, but I got to start here because I think this has been the definitive stat of any for these Seahawks. They are now second in the NFL in sacks. 32 sacks.
That's a lot. That's like a year's worth of sacks.
That's a year's worth for a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I think, we talked about a week ago, we played that Me Bane sound about takeaways, and they got that, and that was awesome to see, and 2 of them were actually sack fumble touchdowns. So once again, Bam Bam fairly prescient with the need for some of that. And that year they had 39 takeaways, which is just absurd. I also think that year, Salk, they were right around 50 sacks in 16 games.
If I remember right, wasn't there an old Dave Wyman take/promo when the Seahawks were having pass rushing issues that he said, look, if they can combine to get to 35 sacks this year, they'll be in good shape. I want to say that was the number, and I remember the promo. I don't remember the year.
Yeah,
you said they're at what now, 32?
They're 32. They're second in the league.
insane.
They're tied with Pittsburgh. Here's the thing. Denver is on 46. They may shatter the single season all-time record. But here's what's really cool about those 32 when you take it a step further. Those 32 sacks have come from 15 different Seahawks. So a half sack or more from 15 different guys. Yes, Nwosu's got 5.5, and Leonard Williams got 5, and Murphy's got 5, and D-Law's got 4. But then you get like Drake Thomas with 3, and then a whole bunch of contributions. Knight with 2 yesterday, just contributions from everywhere. Secondary guys, safety Julian Love and Okada got a sack and a half. Like, that's how you get to these dominant numbers, is it's not just one guy. You're tied with Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's got 12 to get to their number of 32. You've got 15 different guys contributing. You keep doing that, you're going to see 50, 55 sacks this season, and you're not going to be a team that any quarterback wants to face.
Takeaways.
I won't have a lot of these. I'm just going to give you guys one. I just wasn't able to take my normal notes and all that with travel yesterday. But can we talk a little bit about Nick Emanwari? This seems like a good place to do it. His stat line from yesterday, Brock, I don't know that I've ever seen that. 9 tackles, 5 solo, half a sack, 1 quarterback hit, and 4 passes defensed. I mean, I guess maybe you could have seen something like that from Jamal Adams, but there's no way he would have defensed 4 passes in one game. He maybe gave up 4, touchdowns in a game at the safety spot. But are you kidding me? That is freak show level of talent. And you were saying earlier.
Do you trust Hawk Blogger more than Scorigami?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because he was one
I
of
trust
his
it with my life.
He was his takeaways and notes after the game. No rookie had ever done it in the history of the NFL, according to
what?
That stat line. 9 tackles, 4 pass defense, a half a sack, and QB never been done before.
I'd be surprised if anyone had ever. I mean, those are just
fourth
really
time,
crazy numbers.
Fourth time actually.
That's
Joe
even that is amazing.
Yep, the old linebacker Joe Schobert, old Badger, old Seahawk friend Julian Peterson, and one other fella that I did not know.
That's really. I mean, that's amazing.
He became
And
the 4th all time.
It does speak to just that versatility. I was thinking about that this morning, Brock, when you were talking about how the Seahawks can dictate defensively to other teams what they want to do.
Yes.
Don't you need some level of versatility? Like, oh, okay, well, yeah, we have our big guys out there, but it turns out that one of our big guys can defend 4 passes in a game because he's actually a hybrid crazy safety cornerback deal that nobody can deal with. Here is Mike Macdonald, cut 13, talking about his young, I don't know, defensive back maybe is the best word for him.
Yeah, we're asking him to play 2 positions right now, and that's what we've referenced over the course of time now is you can start to add responsibility for him. There was a situation today where we probably would have put him in at safety, and so he's learning that as well. So doing a great job. I feel like he's executing at a high level. you feel like he's being decisive. He knows exactly, he's playing with anticipation, which is a positive, and then he's letting his, physical capabilities shine when he just goes out there and lets it rip. So we'll continue to build with him, and I'm sure his approach is just, it's been great for a rookie. He's having success. Keep coming back, keep rocking, keep attacking the preparation. We got a great challenge ahead of us this week. So, a team that he hasn't seen yet, so we need to prepare again at the same level.
That's a very astute point you made earlier, Salk, about that dictating. You have to have someone like him because he can play against 11 personnel and 12 personnel. Like, oh, I'm sorry, you want to dictate? You want us to put littles on the field? Well, we don't have to do that. Oh, you want us to put bigs on the field? We don't have to do that. We'll just have this creature out there that's 6'3", 220, runs 4'3", and jumps 45 inches. And I think the most declarative play with his skill set and physical traits was that sack. To come off of the edge and then the QB step up. So you know how hard it is for these guys coming full speed? And you see, like you've seen Spoon, you see a lot of little guys do that, right? You bring that 4 to a side, you bring that pressure from the field, and they come in just guns a-blazing, and then they're just like out of control, and they run by the quarterback or whatever. His ability, almost like a D end, when you watch Michael Bennett and those guys run the loop. They run that loop, right, with their body. They run that big hula hoop. And for him to do that and contort and bend and then just come back and make that you're not supposed to be able to do that. Right. You're just not. And he is and he does, and he's done things never done before by a rookie.
Takeaways.
The Seahawks are 7th in red zone conversion percentage. This is only counting touchdowns. Right now in the NFL.
Is that a Ken Walker voice you use right there? Does that look Ken Walker?
Look at the Seahawks red zone percentage. They're converting 68% of the time. Last year at this time, they were 23rd at 52%. And in 2023 at this time, they were 21st, converting at 48%. So it's just such a change from last year when they had no answers down there. You definitely couldn't run the ball. Geno was turning it over. That has to give you a lot of confidence. Not only can Darnold just bomb it down the field, but when you get to the red zone, you know that you can make something happen.
Yeah, that's awesome. And those numbers are real, right? It's backed up by what your eyes have seen, and you want to throw it to your tight ends, you're capable of doing that. You want to do a tush push, you're capable of doing that in short yardage. You want to run it in some different ways, you can do that. You want to isolate JSN, you can do that. Like Sam could throw it on the move to his right and to his left equally. You could do that. In order to score at that rate, percentage-wise, in the NFL touchdowns, you've got to have a big tool bag. And they've got a lot of tools in that bag, and it's paying big dividends.
I mean, last year, didn't it feel like you almost wanted them to throw a deep ball and score that way? Because once they got down there, you were stuck.
Yeah, because you were a shotgun team. You were a finesse team. You couldn't get under center and move people. You had no identifiable run game last year. And, yeah, you had DK, and he was a nice weapon. But, yeah, you had none of the variety of tools you have this season.
Takeaways.
All right, this takeaway is for the football junkies out there. I mean, the die-hard, get into the coaching tape, get into the film, Salk, and just dive into the details. All of those that you love so much, all of those film warriors. Go watch Drake Thomas's stop on 3rd down in the short yardage. And it was one of those situations. Molly asked me, we had a good time together and some quality time. And she's like, are you missing calling games? And I'm like, kind of out of sight, out of mind this year. As busy as high school football has been. Now, when I watch games, do I miss it? Yes. Yes. Do I watch other announcers and kind of holler at them? Yes. Like, give me more. Give me a little more than that. And if you go back to that play, in that play particularly, and want to know how in the world Drake Thomas is doing what he's doing at his size and why other people and position coaches in the NFL are noticing, watch him on that play. I paused it. He has his eyes, right? You could just see it. He is taking the information in the formation and crushing it. It was a pull play. It was both the guard and the second tight end pulled around. So they're trying to run a concept of counter/power, just a gap scheme and pulling people. And you could see Drake Thomas. Just watch it. Just watch him pre-snap. He's looking at the formation. He's looking at the alignments. He's looking at the guards. He's looking at all of it. Like his head is not even, remember I say cleats forward, face mask forward? No. Like on the snap of the ball, his head just turns to square because he knows what's coming. And because he knows what's coming, guess what? He ran a better track than both those guys, blows that play up behind the line of scrimmage for yet again another tackle for loss. And it's 1,000% the Richard Shermanism. The information is in the formation. And if you've done your homework and your due diligence and your habits and your study, you can make plays like that no matter what your size is. And it was awesome. Textbook, teaching tape, 101 on preparation.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty concerned without Ernest Jones that defense might struggle from the linebacker position. It did not. Nope. It looked just fine. Now, hopefully,
there were some voids. There were some plays in the second half that
I didn't watch the second half. Didn't happen.
Yep, that they kind of gave up some chunk completions, and there was some stuff. But by and large,
they looked pretty darn good. And I would assume that he should be back next week.
Yep.
For the Rams game, I think that's certainly the hope, right? Yep. Is that you get Ernest Jones back against his former team for a huge game next week.
Takeaways.
Go ahead, Maura.
All right, I know we talk about him so much, it almost feels sometimes like there's not new ways to say it, but Jackson Smith in Jigba is 89 yards away from his total yardage for all of last year, which was 1,130. And he only has 63 catches right now to the 100 that it took him to hit that mark last year. And we're only in week 10. He is just on pace for a historical season.
That first play, too, the first touchdown, I guess that wasn't his first play. He had a conversion earlier. When I say quarterback friendly, like you want to be as a receiver, you want to be your quarterback's best friend. Cooper Kupp does it mentally, right? Being available in the right spot at the right time. And he also has tremendous hands and catch radius and all of it. But Jackson Smith, there is not one aspect of his game that is not quarterback friendly. And do you know how hard that is to do, Salk, in that position? It is. Like you've got to be cerebral enough, again, to process at a pace that the quarterback processes. And he's cerebral enough to do it. You've got to have the speed and the quickness, to beat the most elite defenders on the planet and some of the greatest athletes on the field in corners and nickels and all of that. You've got to have a different, kind of speed equation, athleticism. And then when the ball is in the air, you got to track it like an elite outfielder who's able to take the right angle all the time, every time. He is the Gold Glove center fielder for the Red Sox. He is that kind of tracking ability.
Do you think I should ask G about it because maybe he would know how much baseball he played growing up. We know his brother was a major leaguer. I mean, he's kind of a fringe major leaguer. I got to imagine Jackson must have played some, if not a lot of baseball growing up as well. Yep. I do wonder if there's some of that crossover there.
So again, to watch just that play, to watch that touchdown for you football junkies out there, go watch it and watch how, and it's hard to define, and you can't really teach it to guys. Right? You can rep it over and over and over again. Like, hey, man, we're going to do contested catches now, and we're going to get to practice, and we're going to do one-on-one period, whether it's high red zone, or shots, and you can try to, rep, that there's just some guys, same thing when it comes to tracking balls in the outfield, that just do it differently, innately. And his ability on that deep ball to slow down at just the right moment and make it a perfect pass and shield that defender with his booty and his legs and actually knock that guy down in that little moment of truth, you just can't teach that stuff.
Yeah,
There's no drill work you do to be like, oh, yeah, let's slow down here. Let's speed up here. Let's stick your butt out here. Let's reach your hands out there. Like, you just kind of...
It's innate. Yeah, no, there are people that other folks just bounce off of. Generally, they're big people. I think that's what makes it so crazy.
But his legs and horsepower, Salk, he's like a running back. His lower half, and Pete Carroll said that when they draft, he's like a running back with his legs and his power, like Golden Tate used to be. Golden Tate was similar. Like, how in the world does he get guys to bounce off him? He's not that big. Yeah, he is. His booty and his legs, he's a powerful guy now. And those guys can't run through him, and they bounce off of him. Just awesome.
Takeaways.
I mentioned that first quarter drive production. That is now 4 touchdown drives in 9 games. And it reminds me of a story In my year of doing the NFL back in 2020, I think I had 3 or 4 Rams games that year, which was phenomenal. It was awesome in the height of their good run and great team. And I remember chatting with Sean McVay, and I think Clint Kubiak is obviously from this school with Shanahan and the Kubiak tree and the Shanahan tree, and he really felt it was his job all week and still feels this way. And so it's going to be an awesome chess match on Sunday. He really feels like job number 1 for the play caller is when you spend all week studying, planning, preparing, and you want to start fast. You put your scripted plays together purposefully of what you do well and how you take apart a team. He really felt it was his responsibility on that opening drive to give his quarterback gimme after gimme after gimme. You should not have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, as the game evolves and they make adjustments to our plan, then you do. Think of those opening touchdown drives and how many times, including yesterday, Sam is able to go to what? His first option. His first option. You don't see him doing the whole Chris Collinsworth, hey, look at his eyes and his feet tied together, and we'll look at him go through his reads. Like, nope, there's JSN. Boom. Oh, boom, there's Cooper. Boom. Oh, there's the deep ball, one-on-one. Boom, 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 boom. That kind of efficiency is why you've had so much success, in my opinion, on these first possession drives, now scoring on 45%. And again, it was 2 years. It was almost 2 years where you didn't score an opening drive touchdown.
It
for the
does seem
Seahawks.
to be amazing how many of those are little play action boots and
Can be.
those types of things, right?
Can be.
Where just not all of them, but it does feel like, especially early in the game, they just have such a sense for the other team is waiting for them to run it, and they're just going to run those play
Or
action
you throw just an
passes.
absolute dime on your first step or your second step, the little slant routes, the two completions.
Do you like the little run to
Shaheed? I loved it. The toss play. I love the end around. I love getting his feet wet, in the return game as well. He's one of my takeaways later. But, I loved all of it. And most of all is just the absolute precision and timing on that opening drive to set the tone of that defense like, this is no fun. This is no bueno. These guys are really good. As they march the ball right down your throat for yet again another touchdown on 4 of 9 drives.
Takeaways.
We talked this offseason, I think it was one of our buy or sells, about whether Julian Love might lead the team in tackles again. And I remember Salk saying, I hope not, because I don't think that's the best for them. And last year, Julian Love and Devin Witherspoon finished as your tackle leaders. Right now, you've got Ernest Jones, Tyrese Knight, and Drake Thomas in those spots. And I think that it just shows how this defense is a lot more complete this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think the defensive line is opening things up for the linebackers to do more, and then the secondary can do the job they're actually supposed to do.
Yep.
It looks a lot more like it's supposed to.
Yeah, kind of like that sack number. You're getting contributions from everybody. Your tackle number, you're getting contributions from everybody, right? Pass defense yesterday. It's not just one guy doing that. And, man, when the whole party gets to eat, fun stuff.
I think you're kind of missing the point there, Brock. It sounds like I said something pretty smart a few months ago.
Did you?
It sounds like I did. I don't remember saying it, but if Morris says I did, I believe her. That was a good point I made.
Oh, you want to be on the celebration train? Toot, toot.
No, that was a good point. And thank you
I'm
to
on
Maura for...
I'm right. I'm on the right train. I'm right train. Toot, toot.
I think I'm right because I agree with me.
Toot,
I don't remember saying that, but I appreciate it.
Of course you don't.
I don't. But I love it. And it does sound like something I say and something I would believe. I don't want my safeties to lead the team in tackles if he can help it. I want my linebackers to do it. It means the Seahawks are giving up fewer yards on those runs. So good on them. I love it.
Takeaways.
Quick aside. Last year at an Oklahoma State game early in the year versus Utah, and their D coordinator was some small college guy that Gundy tried to find, and because got to do that at Oklahoma State. And literally, this guy, their leading tackler was their safety by like 25. And I sat in the meeting. I'm like, is that a good, ideally, is that a good thing? He's like, no. Oh yeah, we built our whole scheme for him to tackle. I was like, what?
What, 8 yards down the field?
Correct.
That's
you do what?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Just trying to figure it out, make sure my safety make all those tackles right before they get a first down on first down.
Can you, Maura, would you mind playing that highlight again where Wyman kind of celebrates his God and Savior?
I love it.
Yes.
Brissett gets hit again. Ball bounces. Are you kidding me? It goes to D-Law again. Another touchdown. Seahawks. Holy catfish. Lightning strikes twice for the Seahawks defense.
Oh, we will play that for Mike Macdonald. We will do that. I promise you at 9:30.
Yeah.
To drop an OMG and then a no way multiple times, Dave Wyman knows how hard and impossible it is to do that. You can sack a quarterback. That's awesome, right? They've done that a bunch, 32 times this year. But to sack fumble, Salk, and in that exact moment of truth, for Tyrese Knight to go right to the arm. Tyrese Knight didn't close his eyes, and that happens. Tyrese Knight didn't lunge and duck and throw his body at him. That happens. Tyrese Knight slowed the game down, and you only do that if you're really fast like he is. Slowed the game down in that moment of truth enough to go where? Right for the arm and the elbow before that ball could start going forward. He wasn't just there to get a sack. I'm there to get a sack fumble, like Ed Orgeron would say. Sack fumble, bro. And to do it in that moment, to do that in that moment once, incredible. Correct. To come around a second time and run the same stunt and run on the same loop with the same blitz and hit. Now that one was a beat later, right? As Trent Green and the crew discussed it, and it was a half a second later and even closer to being a pass, but it still wasn't, and the arm wasn't going forward.
I didn't think either of them were that close. Like, he got the ball. As
First one was not close. The second one was close, but that's why the OMG came, because Wyman's like, I mean, if you can do that once in your career as a linebacker, once in your career, time that up so perfectly to hit the arm before it's going forward and get a sack, fumble, touchdown, awesome. To do it twice in your career, great. To do it in the midst of 30 minutes of the first half, OMG is right, Mr. Wyman.
All right, those are takeaways from a huge win. Brock, we have like 30 seconds. Can you just tell me about Shaheed? What did you see yesterday from him?
Smooth, man, just smooth. Right? There is fast, and you see it with some guys because their turnover is so fast. Mm-hmm. You're like, oh my gosh, that guy can move. And he has like a Percy Harvin smooth explosion where you're like, that guy is flying, and he doesn't even look like he's trying. And that's a fun little trait to have to add further and further into this mix.
All right, Mike Macdonald's going to join us coming up at 9:30. Reaction Monday here.
You didn't like that? You know my lyric? I just dropped a little lyric on you.
No, it was great. No, it was really good.
Flying and not even trying.
Yeah, no, it was rhyming, and that's, this is what we pay you for here, Brock. Is to rhyme as often as possible. Mike Macdonald coming up at 9:30. It is a Reaction Monday, Brock, which is powered by... Could you let me redo the read?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. My God, I just shut up for a whole 30 minutes. I got some things I got to say. My God. Plus, I gotta ask you what the heck is going on in the Heward family, because the Hewards are running wild right now. It's Heward's gone wild. Next on Brock and Salk.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. Plus, well, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. And for the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony. And you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6, 7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Ryan Rowland-Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The MBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at mbahealthtrust.com. That's mbahealthtrust.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The dining district at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Final hour here, Brock, with Mike Macdonald, who's going to join us in 30 minutes, which would be good. Last week, didn't we talk about hugging? We talked about there maybe being an embrace now that we're back in studio together. So we'll see. I don't know whether that'll happen. Yeah.
Nah. Not
no? You don't think there's going to be an embrace?
I mean, he looks like he'd be a good hugger. Right? He's built to hug.
He's got the build, but he does not strike me as a hugger.
Not a touchy.
Doesn't strike me, but we could ask him. Maybe he's a bigger hugger than, I would have guessed.
Yep.
What the heck is going on with the Hewards, Brock? Because it was a national story the other night. What is going on with the Hewards? So this is USC, and they're playing who?
Northwestern Friday night.
All right, Friday night
in the
football,
Coliseum.
Northwestern, USC at the Coliseum. Jason Benetti, your good buddy, on the call along with RG3. This is a game that, you would have had, Brock, if you were still doing it.
Yep.
This would have been you. Calling
sure.
what happened on the fake punt.
Yeah.
Great fake punt. Number 80, Sam Johnson is the punter for USC. He threw it left-handed, interestingly, to a wide receiver on a successful fake punt. They're talking all about him, and this is incredible, this and that. And then all of a sudden, Jason realizes that he's been had.
Uh-oh.
Here's cut 16.
Uh-oh.
Somewhere, I think. Cut 16.
Sorry.
Cut 16. It's okay.
Cut 16.
Quick note, you know why the form was that good? Why was it? You know why that form was that good? They stuck the other 80 on.
Gotcha.
And you know what his last name is?
Please tell me.
Heward. Here's a throw for Wagner to the 39.
Oh, we got to break that down.
Sam Heward.
We got to break that down.
And I got to tell you, my phone is going to be a disaster when Brock watches this. An absolute disaster.
They snuck the other number 80 on to come in and throw the pass. Now that is what you call grade A deception.
It's well done. My former partner is going to have a field day.
All right, so what happened is Sam has been wearing number 80, Sam Heward, for the last couple of weeks.
Yes.
And as their third-string quarterback. And they were setting this up, right, for a fake punt where he would come in wearing number 80, looks just like the punter, but, he's a former five-star recruit quarterback.
Yes, so the first week this was the Michigan game, and got a little text, and I think he and Titus chat every week, and Titus like, hey, it's really cool. Sam is in on a fake punt. And if there's just some game situation, timing, field position between the 40s, he's going to put on number 80, and he's going to go out there and throw a fake punt. So we're watching the Michigan game, and bummer, it just never came alive. And then actually the Notre Dame game, it was out of the plan. And actually the Nebraska game, it was out of the plan because he's wearing his number 7 in warm-ups, doing all that, and it's not in the game plan. So if I was a better friend to Jason Benetti and Bo Garrett and Darren Foster and the whole crew, guess what I could have done? I could have told them this week, hey, be alert, alert, alert. Apple, alert, alert. Could have told them, hey, man, if you see a number 80 come out there and throw it with his left hand, that's not Sam Johnson. That's going to be Sam Heward. But I didn't.
So a couple of thoughts about it. I have some thoughts on this because there's a lot of questions.
Can I hear Uncle Damon, though? I didn't know Damon was on ESPN radio. Can I hear Uncle Damon?
Yeah, they got to hear what Damon had to say. Here's cut 17. This is Damon's thoughts on the matter.
I actually did, because for 3 weeks he's just been complaining about having to wear this number 80 on game day. And he's like, Dad, I'm not number 80. I'm a quarterback. What are we doing? And then obviously the trickery, it worked. And here it is, this national story, which is just a lot of fun for him and fun for the Trojans. And
wait a minute, he wore the same number?
Lincoln and his staff. But
he wore the number?
It's been in the works for about 3 weeks.
So it's a long con. Like, that's a long way to go for one fake punt. You've been doing this for a month just to get him one completion?
That's it. Sometimes the difference in a game is one play. Sometimes the difference is that special teams face. It was close at that point. Yeah. No, they ended up pulling. Oh, yeah. I think it was a one-score game at half.
Okay.
So that was in the first half.
It helped them win a big game. All right. Well, that's good at least.
Mm-hmm.
How do we feel about it?
Yeah, before the feelings after the fact, having to come in the final series, which was also cool. And, someday to see pictures like, yeah, man, I got to play and got in the game at SC wearing number 80. That's going to be a little painful.
That's awful.
And then he got to get up on the ladder after the game. I don't know if you saw that. He got to get up on the ladder and do the sword with the band. It was awesome. Like, for all the trials and travails and the crazy journey that Sam's career has been, like many in college football at quarterback, to kind of have that moment in prime time and to celebrate that, and his teammates loved it, and obviously, executed well and all the rest of it, that was pretty special. Now, to get to what you want to get to, how do you feel about it?
How do you feel about it?
Well, in the moment, it's great. In the moment, you take advantage of a loophole. In the moment, you take advantage of a team. Now, after the fact, this is going to be a penalty down the road. They may be fined a little bit of money for some of the Mike Pereira from Fox. Oh, they came out. There's a very clear rule that speaks to the deception of that, and you can't have a player at the same position in a game wear the same number. So the next time the punter came out wearing number 80, they should have thrown a penalty flag because he can't have. Yeah. But that was deep in the rule book, Salk. And some other team did it a couple years ago, which is where Lincoln, I think, got the idea. No penalties were called. No penalties were called this time, but the next time, probably penalties
I would say it's
called.
a big enough story now. Everyone's going to know you can't.
And there won't be a next time for old Sammy, right? It's just
that was a
one-time deal.
But now he goes. It is a little weird. You can keep switching your number. Like, some of that stuff is a little odd.
Well, it's
could the NCAA clean that up?
No, it's a ridiculousness of having double numbers, which you do in college because you have big rosters, and so you have guys.
We don't want guys wearing triple digits.
No, I don't think so. Or 00 or 000 or quad
this
0.
Guy's hey, what number are you? 174. Oh, okay. That looks good. It's very slimming. It looks really good on you. Yeah. All right.
No, that's pretty neat for Sammy, and I'm glad he had that moment. As I said, as crazy as this road has been for him, to have that moment to celebrate, pretty neat, and help him win too, and keep their playoff hopes alive.
Yeah, and he's a good kid. I'm happy for him. Very, very cool. All right. Seahawks were, awesome. Just freaking awesome yesterday, Brock. That is. The first half of that game is about as dominant as you can possibly be in the NFL. In a league that pushes parity, in a league that asks everybody to essentially, the salary cap and the draft and all of the things that push, all the rules, everything that the schedule, everything that pushes people to the middle. It is really hard to dominate in that league for very long. The Seahawks have now done it 3 times. 3 complete and total blowouts. The highlights of the latest next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
All right, well, it is definitely getting colder for sure. The daylight is basically non-existent this time of year. It's dark when you go to work, dark when you get home, dark. I can't stand it. But the problem with that, too, is those real external factors can really impact your mindset, your health, and your weight, but only if you let them. You can really work hard to counteract that, and Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help. They certainly helped me lose 35 pounds in the span of just 8 weeks. That could be you by essentially New Year's. Heck, you could be a whole new person by Thanksgiving, which would be halfway, and then you could use it like a cheat meal to celebrate your success and then finish the year incredibly strong. Lose up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 8 weeks without any expensive injections, without the uncomfortable side effects, and then keep it off long-term with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It starts with just a 15-minute phone call. Schedule yours right now at eastsideweightlossklinic.com. And right now, the biggest sale of the year. More than $300 off normal pricing through the end of the year, December 31st. That's right. Go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Stacey Rost here from Seattle Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of. And then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, prescriptions. But imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate, noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle, yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target problem areas: waistline, face, neck, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. For your free consultation and $250 off, visit ProSculpt.com for powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men. It's ProSculpt.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, as we talk through this Seahawks team, the word that I think we keep coming back to is complete. They are a complete football team. And if you're going to win in blowout fashion in the NFL, you're going to need all three phases to contribute in some way. Special teams, very good, very solid. The offense, we'll get to them in a moment. But the defense, yeah, if you're going to score twice in the first quarter, that's going to put the other team in a bit of a bind. They got it going here.
Bryant looks like he wants to blitz. He does. Brissett hits his back foot. He gets hit as he throws. The ball's picked up. It's going the other way. It's DeMarcus Lawrence. He's going to walk in. Touchdown Seahawks if it stands. Arizona is going to argue that Brissett's arm was going forward. It's now called a touchdown Seahawks. 32 yards D-Law.
That's pretty good, man. That was a pretty
call,
cool way.
Perfect execution. For it to go all that way, as I hit my takeaways, Tyrese to hit the arm, they're in perfect precision. The ball to bounce to DeMarcus Lawrence, the athleticism of a 260-pound man to just make it look so easy to scoop and score and then shoot the fall-away three-pointer.
Imagine
over
being
that
that
goalpost
fast
too.
at 260 pounds.
No, I could not.
It's really, really ridiculous. He has been such a force, man. I
I
know.
watch your speed at 185.
All right. There's a little luck involved with picking up a fumble like that and being in the right place at the right time. But what DeMarcus Lawrence has done for this team has just been, I think, really incredible on and off the field. We talked to Mike Macdonald about it last week. He raved about him. And then, Lawrence raved back about Mike Macdonald. And I'm sure we'll end up talking to Mike about it again here in a few minutes. After the game, they asked Big DeMarcus about his 2 recoveries for touchdowns.
First and foremost, all glory to God. I mean, you can't, draw that up. I mean, T. Knight did a great job, running the play exactly how Coach Macdonald drew it up. And, I was the lucky recipient of the 2 forced fumbles. So I take it every day.
Yeah, I wonder if
And
he's ever
twice on
scored,
Sunday.
I wonder if he's ever scored 2 touchdowns in a game before. Maybe in high
like
school.
back in the day in
probably
high
played
school?
running back or something.
Probably, probably.
That's pretty
Not
incredible.
2 scoop and scores, though. I don't think that happened. Doesn't happen very much in the history of the game, and not in the first half.
Pretty rare, and to have it be with just the whole thing was bizarre. In any event, he was awesome. The offense did its thing as well. Sam Darnold happy with the direction it's heading.
Yeah, again, I think just, the detail that we put in throughout the week is what makes it happen. Our offensive line, getting things started with the run game and, being able to, open up that play action pass game. The drop back pass game I felt like was pretty good as well. Third downs, again, converting some of those, third and mediums was huge today, especially early in the game. And then, I can't say enough about our defense. The way our defense comes out there every game, it seems like, I feel like they do a really good job, and, I feel very, just lucky to play with a team like this and with a defense like this as well.
Best run game of the season. The numbers bear that out, but your eyes do too, right? There was great variety using Shaheed in different spots, out of the backfield, on the little end around. Those were both productive. Halani was tremendous breaking tackles. There was push right at the point of attack. Abe Lucas had some just touchdown winning blocks. And everybody got to eat, man. You run for over 200 yards. Unfortunately, 4 get knocked off with a couple knees at the end of it. But you run for over 200 yards in the NFL as well. I don't care what the score is or the situation is. That's defining as well, my friend.
Yeah, sure is. Nicky Minwari led the team in tackles. Give him some credit as well. 7-2 now on the year, in a tie for first place, and we are ready, man. Going to be an epic battle against the Rams next week, the first of 2 that should end up deciding this division.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Man, what happened, Brock?
What?
Oh, the Huskies.
Play the cut. You've heard me talk about it enough. Can I hear Jed?
You want to hear what Jed Fish said? All right, cut 11. Jed Fish trying to
What did
explain
Jed
how
Fish
his
say?
team, ranked 23rd in the college football playoff rankings, lost to Wisconsin.
Played exceptionally well on defense and what we expected them to do. So, congratulations to them. Felt that we never got really in much of a rhythm at all today, offensively. But defensively, we did a really nice job of really holding them down and keeping them to 6 points. Fumbling the ball on the 6-yard line isn't really the defense's fault there.
Yeah. Yep, all the points Wisconsin scored were really at the hands of short fields and turnovers by the Husky offense. That's just a game that you say you'd like to learn from and you're going to be better down the road, but that's not the way college football works, man. There's really not very often that it's down the road and develop guys, and we're here for a long time, and you learn from that one because every year is a transactional new team. And you were set for opportunity there, and you didn't take advantage of it. DeMond looked like he did at Michigan, just some critical mistakes, and the weather, the circumstance, the defense, all uphill battle, and they could just never get on top of it. And now those playoff hopes we discussed with Joel Klatt, those are OVA.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, sad to learn this weekend that former Sonics coach Lenny Wilkens did pass away at the age of 88. 1,332 wins as an NBA coach, third most all time. Did that with the Sonics, of course, where he won a title, plus the Blazers and the Cavs and the Hawks and the Raptors and the Knicks before finally retiring in 2005. And then coming back to Seattle, Brock, living here and just being such a staple in the community, and especially the charitable community, where he raised a tremendous amount of money to help youth in Seattle reach their full potential with the Lenny Wilkens Foundation. Pretty incredible person.
A couple things come to mind as you rattle off those numbers and that history and that biography is bridge builder. He did it as a player into a coach and into a champion, and you don't get that many jobs in all those different places unless you're a bridge builder, and you don't burn bridges, you don't napalm relationships, you're not bitter, right? You just don't get jobs over and over and over again. You do when, people believe in you, and you've done it in the past, and you've done it at a bunch of different spots, and you build people up, and Lenny was one to, I think he enjoyed building others up more than he did Lenny Wilkens. And because of that, he left quite a legacy. Pretty cool.
Very cool. Paul Tagliabue passed away as well this weekend. I saw that, former commissioner of the NFL. Kraken split their first couple games on the road trip, winning in St. Louis in OT, losing in Dallas. That is everything you need to know. Good question here on the text machine, Brock, saying, what is your definition of a blowout? 10 points, 14 points, 20 points? I don't think I define it that way in the NFL. You can have a close game that ends with a 10-point victory if it goes that way at the end. A blowout is, determined by watching it, unfortunately. And those three wins that they've had have all been blowouts. New Orleans, Washington, and now Arizona. Those are blowouts.
I'd say you get up 4 scores in the NFL, that's a blowout. That's almost impossible to do. As you said, the rules, the talent, the schedule, everything is set up to keep these games close. 80-some% of them are one-score games. You get up on somebody by 4 or more scores in the NFL, that's blowout territory. Because it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen very often.
I think when you throw 2 passes in the entire second half because you're just running out the clock, I would consider that to be a blowout. Maybe that's going to be the formula we use moving forward. Do you think
Pete Carroll from afar, because they played Thursday night, do you think he kept a little eye on that? He's like, they ran it. How many times they ran it? Almost 50? And they threw it 12?
I believe.
46 runs, 12 passes?
Yeah.
Is that a
Pete he would have liked that combination. That's a pretty good formula for him as well. Well, we're going to talk to the current coach of this team. Mike Macdonald will join us here in just a moment, Brock. It's a Reaction Monday powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and we'll hear the coach's reaction to what his team did yesterday next on Brock and Salk.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike Macdonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
It's freezing outside, and your home's heating just quit. Repairs, replacement, pricey. Hey, it's John Curley. With unmatched savings and financing from Home Comfort Alliance, now is the time. Federal tax credits expire soon. Save up to $2,000. Utility rebates up to $2,500. Home Comfort Alliance warehouse clearance sale, another 25 to 75% off. Plus 18 months, 0% financing makes paying easy. Act now for the best savings. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com today.
Thinking about new windows or doors, but unsure about writing a big check up front? For the first time ever, Lake Washington Windows is offering incredible 5-year 0-interest financing, plus 15% off for a limited time. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More fast internet speed.
He's got the gigs to go big. Bring him the game
right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop. His quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III. Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. Plus, well, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. And for the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony. And you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6, 7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply, select plans only.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind. knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, well, here we go. Just a few minutes left here in our morning, Brock, and we'll spend them with Coach Macdonald here in just a moment. How nice, 9 of these Mike Macdonald shows so far this year, and this will be the 7th one coming after a win. So that has certainly made it all that much more fun, and we'll do it right now.
This is the Mike Macdonald Show, presented by your local 76 and Conoco stations, exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Morning, Coach.
Morning.
How are we feeling today?
All right.
Get out of the way, Mike. Just get out of the way, Mike. Just get out of the way. I thought we were going to add that to the open. No?
Yeah. Did you get out of the way?
I thought that was going to be part of it.
Did you get out of the way enough yesterday?
No.
You weren't out of the way enough?
No, I just finished watching the tape, so it's good.
Oh, boy.
Really troubled by that first half. Didn't go the way you wanted it to?
No, I was thinking about the second half.
Okay,
honestly.
good. I was gonna say, I really hope that you weren't too troubled by the first half. That's got to feel pretty good when it's going that way, no?
Yeah, it's great, but you start thinking like you're sweet, you start feeling good about yourself, like you're gonna give up leads.
All right, what's
so good.
It is good.
That's the way it is.
I agree. I understand. And you're a coach, and you got to think that way. But can we focus on the fun
What
part?
do you want me to just celebrate on the
Yes.
sideline in the second quarter?
That's what I want. Yes,
That's not
I want a full-fledged. Take your shirt off, twist it around your head like
Put a cake on your head and celebrate.
No, like we celebrate plays. You celebrate each other when you make plays. Of course, like you're gonna get excited, but you're not gonna, crown yourself in the second quarter.
Understand, and I wouldn't expect you to do that. But coming at it today and looking at it, could you take us inside what it's like to be on the sidelines as that's happening, as the momentum play after play, and the next thing you know, you've scored 2 defensive touchdowns. Yeah. What is that feeling like on the sidelines?
Well, it's a play-by-play mentality, So I'm thinking of our first series on defense. We give up the keeper to 85 on the sideline. I'm feeling a certain type of way. You got to regroup. You got to go to the next play, and you got to just keep hammering away, and keep executing at a high level, and doing the things that we're trained to do, and then the ball starts bouncing your way. And then, so now you start to take leads. And so now, the mentality is, okay, well, what's important now? We got to go. We're going, like, it's hard to go after a score and go back out and play defense. That's because your, emotions are high. The other team, they're trying to recalibrate and go to the next thing, So I don't know what the stats are on that, but I do feel like it's a little bit, that is a challenge. So now you got to regroup, you got to get some air and stay focused on those things. So you do feel like there's momentum, but you're also trying to, the way you capitalize in those moments is not by saying we need to capitalize. It's by saying, by refocusing and, getting back to, playing the plays and executing the way we're supposed to execute.
Staying in the moment is kind of what I hear you saying. As much as
I should have said that. Should have said, yeah. Like it goes. That's what stacking wins is, right? It's a moment by moment, play by play mentality that you're trying to win those things, and then you can start stacking them.
Remind me again, were you a fullback linebacker back in the day? Fullback linebacker back in the day?
Yeah, I tried to be. Yeah.
Did you ever have a hit where you were just so clean? Because I've heard defenders say,
No.
You never did?
Ever? No. I cannot generate any power in my body. There's no snap.
There was no hip
snap.
roll, no snap.
The joke was I was deceivingly slow, so I would be running the ball, and they would defenders would overrun me. They thought I was going faster.
I want to play this cut for you. We played it a couple times today. It may be my favorite sound of Rabel and Wyman together, because Wyman had some snap. He had some stopping power and explosion, and he'd hit you. And Dave Wyman's reaction to the second sack fumble here, Coach. I don't know if you've heard this clip yet, but I think you'll get a little kick out of the call, out of the booth, out of the reaction, and I got to follow up.
Brissett gets hit again. Ball bounces. Are you kidding me? It goes to D-Law again. Another touchdown. Seahawks. Holy catfish. Lightning strikes twice for the Seahawks defense.
I get an oh my God. I get a holy catfish. I get a no way. We get kind of a triple whammy right there with blitz and sack and fumble and touchdown number 2. Can you kind of just take us into next level with that play, that call, the origination of it?
When you were saying a clean hit, I thought you were going to talk about Drake's short yardage stop.
That was
which
awesome.
was just a tremendous. Really, it's a whole team play. But we talk about being decisive in the moment, pulling the pin. That was a phenomenal play, man. Wow, what a great
so
play.
Good. You know what stood out on that one? I'll let you get to the blitz too. Is I actually went back and rewound it, and they pull and double pull. And Drake's eyes before the snap are so good. He is looking at the formation. He's looking at the information. He is studying. He knew obviously what was coming to allow him to pull that pin, and then just exploded. It was really, really cool. Matt, take me into that blitz if you wouldn't mind. Was it the same? I think Tyrese said afterwards it was basically the same call on those 2 occasions.
Well, that's disappointing that he said it's the same call. It's not even close.
Okay. All right.
Oh, no.
Well, maybe he
Sorry,
didn't say
Tyrese.
that.
That's not what you said.
Maybe I
probably
read
one of the
into that.
idiot reporters who said that. It couldn't have possibly been him.
Okay, if he
Maybe
said
it
that, we
wasn't
got to talk
Tyrese.
about. We got some.
No.
You got some bigger problems than we have. Look, it's a Russian coverage is 11-man defense because it's a mechanism of getting the quarterback to hold the ball, and you got to execute the pressure correctly. And that particular pressure, like, it's not going to hit like that, So you have to get to the the quarterback really has to get to a second hitch. And I'll start with our pressure coverage, which we talked about last week, how it's been improving, and he had nowhere to go initially. And so he's going to have to work through his progressions and step up, and then that's when the pressure came alive. So, but they executed it well. They executed the way we wanted, and it's when you're getting a free run at the quarterback, how you're trained to hit him. Like you start raising your hand, you're playing with fire. If you match the hand, which is what Ty did, that's good. But if you miss, you're hitting him in the head, and that's a penalty. So, there's some edges there that. That make talking about inches that make a difference. Sound like Al Pacino. The inches we need are everywhere around us. Like it's I actually know the majority of that speech, by the way, which is embarrassing. You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the football.
The football movie?
Isn't that it? Isn't that his big speech at the end of that movie?
What's the movie?
Any
given some.
Oh, come on, Brock.
I'm sorry.
Hey, you think I'm
Salk
thinking
can't
about
know
that
everything.
movie?
He knows every lyric to the
It's Jamie
Edmund
Foxx. I've
Fitzgerald.
seen the movie. It's a good movie.
It's a great movie.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
It's a great movie.
All right. It's good. It's no Wildcats. I mean, if you want to watch a good football movie, watch Wildcats.
I've actually never seen that.
Well, see, there you go. All right.
Hey, let me clarify, by the way.
Coaching high school football.
It's an older generation.
Yeah, too old. Actually, don't watch
clarification,
it. It's
please.
dated. Doesn't hold up.
Hey, clarification time. Tyrese did not say it was the same call. He said
Okay.
it looked the same, but they were different calls. So
All
I
right,
just want to clarify.
That's the T night we know and love. Then
Let's put some respect on his name. Let's get it right. We're about accountability.
How about the
so,
athleticism
yes.
of DeMarcus Lawrence?
Oh, it was great. Yeah, it was awesome. We finally scooped the fun. We forced 2 fumbles and scooped them, which is progress for us. So it's good. Yeah,
Do you teach him? Do you teach in that moment of truth? Do you teach those linebackers or the nickel blitzers or even the front guys? Do you teach them to go for the arm or in that? Like, how do you? What are the teaching points, coaching points?
I
there?
actually hate to say this, but when you have a free run, like on the quarterback's like front profile, we actually teach them not to match the hand. I hate to say that, but because of the penalty.
Mm-hmm.
So we teach them to take a strike zone hit, take your head out of the hit. We say saw them in half. It's a kind of that puts you in the right spot, and then you can't land. I mean, there's all sorts of rules. You can't land on them, and depending on the quarterback, you might try to make you miss. But normally, when you're going straight at them, that's that's the technique we teach. When we're trying to attack the ball, normally it's it's off the perimeter where the head's kind of out of the way. Yeah, that's how we teach it. But
interesting, because of the risk of if you go high like that, then you make helmet to helmet or helmet to chin or any contact with a QB, and you're at risk of penalty.
Right, would be
that's right. That'd be hands. Yeah, that'd be roughing.
Hey, I heard you talk a little bit about Nicky Manwari last night after the game. Just thinking about his growth in a fairly short amount of time, half a season now, and part of which he missed due to injury. How far has he come over the course of the last few months?
Well, I think what you're seeing with Nick is constant growth, and for him to be able to do that, he had to stay locked in while he was injured, and that was a difficult situation for him. He had trained and played all the reps throughout the entire offseason. You play X amount of plays into your first game, and now all of a sudden you're out for a significant period of time. To stay locked in, and given the disappointment, I mean that's not easy for a rookie. So that was great that he did that. He stayed poised, stayed locked in, prepared the same way every week, and then when he came back, the execution was still there. And there's some things that you attack, and I think the game, like I talked about last night, I think the game's slowing down a little bit for him, and he's understanding distributions. And definitely as the game declares, he has a great feel. I think the next step for him is to play with a little bit more anticipation earlier in games, with the different spots that we're putting him in, and he'll do that. It's just his natural evolution.
Well, I was going to ask you about that because we can see his physical abilities. Obviously, he's a a tremendous physical specimen.
Right.
What is the mind like? Because we don't get as much of an opportunity to see that. What is his football mind?
Well, he has a high standard for himself on how to execute. It means something to him to go out there and perform. Really, I think it's really out of respect for his teammates. So that's awesome. I mean, he's a smart guy. He's bright. He works his tail off too. I mean, Jeff does a great job with them. Because it's kind of a different. It's like 3 different positions: it's safety, nickel, dime. So it does take some extra work, and he's willing to do it. He's willing to put in the work. So it's been great. But yeah, he's a sharp guy. He works hard, and that's really all you can ask for.
We're prisoner of the television copy before obviously the game tape comes out, Mike. It felt like on that television game yesterday that the 12s were absolutely electric. Right, there's times you can hear them through the TV, right? You just feel the overwhelming kind of noise, and it's been now a couple games of stacking that where the home environment has just felt from the television outrageous. What was it like in person?
It was tremendous. I mean, it was shocking. It was shocking how just the sea of blue and green is what we want, you know. And this overwhelm. When we talk about 12 as one, that really is. I mean, it is the 12s. You know, that's part of a big part of what makes it overwhelming, or like what we're trying to create is this overwhelming force. That's the 12s behind us too. That's huge. Now, I'm not gonna lie. When we're on defense, I don't hear anything. It's just like black noise to me. But I know our guys are into it. Like they're energized, and yeah, that was pretty awesome. That was great. And they stayed. I mean, they did it through the course of the entire game. I mean, until we were basically on a knee in the fourth quarter, the place was rocking, which was awesome.
Hey, what's been the effect of your special teams groups on some of these wins? How have you felt about what your special teams has done?
Well, I think our coverage units right now are doing a great job. I think Jay Mai is doing a great job with the kickoffs based on our game plan, and no matter who we put out there, I think Jay's created an environment where we have a lot of guys willing and are bought into how we want to play on special teams and how we game plan and how we operate throughout the week. And they understand that when we nail our process, our game plan process, and we study and we're ready for our opponent, we can play some high level ball on teams. And what we're finding is on kickoff this year, it's it's a big time play. You're talking about 15 yards possibly of average start field position. It's a first down and a half, which is awesome. And if you're starting drives on the 35 plus, that's tough sledding. You really only got one series of downs until they're in scoring area. So they're doing a great job. I think there's room for improvement on our return teams. Last night there wasn't a lot of punt return opportunities. We kind of knew that going into the game. So we'll keep attacking that. But kickoff return unit, similar to our run game, I feel like we're still attacking that where there's some opportunities for some more explosives.
Do you have a sense as to, or theory on what percentage of the game special teams is? You know, you always hear coaches say it's all three phases of the game. Is it a third? I mean, is it a third, and a third? Do you have a way of measuring the importance of special teams?
I don't really. I mean, I think you got to look at it through the lens of it's every play is incredibly important. Like it's every play, and so no matter what unit is out there, that's the play, and so it's a critical play for our success. And what's the situation? You know, how do we win this situation? How do we win this play? Is how I look at it. You know, and then you kind of feel for that as a coach of like how that's stacking over the course of a game, and then you get a feel for kind of where you stand and what you need to do as the game declares. Is one of the things I'm learning as a head coach.
A lot of pretty awesome numbers. Coach Macdonald here with us, as he is every Monday after games. Just a lot of awesome numbers across the board. But just doing a little digging this morning, one thing that jumped out to me, Mike, 32 sacks. You're now tied for second in the league in total sacks, but it's by 15 different guys. 15 different Seahawks have contributed a half sack or more. Can you just kind of speak to that total team contribution in that number?
It's funny. Like Dave does a great job of giving me stats, but like I learn more stats from you guys than I do just from, you know, our guys, because we really don't like hunt those. We don't like hunt stats. You're looking for, like, when we're watching the tape, we're watching for like how we're playing. Are we playing how we prepared? Are we ready to play the situations? And then like schematically, are we sound and complementary enough where we can give our players an edge and try to win? That's honestly what we look at. So the stats it's a pretty cool stat. Yeah, I think, look, it's not like I just make this stuff up. It really is like a 11-man rush is how we see it. It's not just, I know we rush 4 a lot, probably more frequently than we anticipated. But
you're second most in the league, by the way. It's 19%, second fewest of rushing 4, if you want another stat. Going into this last weekend, just 19% at the time. You got a pressure with rushing 4. Let me frame that the right way.
That's the four down guys, or that's simulated?
Yes.
Or
yeah, just rushing 4. Yeah, 19%, which is the second, most. It's incredible. Yet your pressure rate is second highest in the league when you do that, and it's extraordinary numbers.
19%. Again, we don't rush 4, or so 80%.
Yeah, 19. Oh gosh, I'll just keep talking now.
That sounds right. 80% rush 4.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
80% of the time you're just rushing 4, and yet you're creating total havoc, and the amount of pressures are second most in the league. I mean, it's just awesome. That's probably pretty dominant football, right? When you don't have to rush more than 4.
Yeah, I think if we had to rush more, then that would probably get skewed kind of the other way. If you kind of gets watered down a little bit to a certain extent. But that's some people play great defense that's their philosophy, right? They want to speed the clock up for the quarterback. Guys popping all over the place. There's been great stuff like that. This is where we've evolved to, for this particular team. And it's a shout out to our guys of when we do dial it up that they're ready to go, and shows me that we're executing at a high level, which means the guys are prepared and playing decisively, which is great.
So to have success rushing 4, you got to have really good talent, right? I mean, those guys have to be really good. They got to be playing really hard. As a coach, what do you contribute to that? How much can you add just by rushing 4? To scheme-wise, movement-wise, twists, etc. How much can you add to that?
Well, I think we can do better. I mean, you look at last night. I felt like there were opportunities where we need to work better together in the front and the back on how we marry it up, how we present the looks, and that's coaching. That's how we design it to get it to it. Simpler, a little bit less, a little bit more efficiently, like less costly to get to some of these, fancier looks, I guess is. On some of these passing downs. And so that's something that we're going to be looking at today. Our defensive line coaches, AD, Hines, CP, I think they do a tremendous job of setting up a plan. It's simple. The guys are bought in. We're using the players' impact or, feedback too, and our guys are preparing. And so as long as we continue, look, you're going to have success if our guys are still bought in on rushing 4 as one. When they go, you got to play off one another. You got to set each other up for success. sometimes guys have to take, they got to be the pocket push guy. They got to be the A-gap push guy. And that means that they're probably only going to get, that's not necessarily their rush or they're setting their team up for success, but it always has to work together. And then at the end of the day, you can't get to the quarterback if he doesn't have the ball. So you got to be able to do a great job on the back end of creating doubt with the quarterback and, understanding that trying to figure out ways where he can't just catch the ball and throw it. He's got to be able to, you got to buy time. Yeah.
Have you gotten a chance to peek at the Rams at all over the course of the season in either crossover tape or?
Yeah, there's been a little crossover, and then I watched them this morning I watched their defense this morning.
And?
They're a really good team. They're a really good team. I haven't watched special teams yet, but from what I've been seeing on just stat-wise on offense and understanding how they operate, it seems like they're going a little bit bigger personnels, which will be interesting as we dive in. And then defensively, they're doing a lot of same principles that we feel like drives part of our defense is rushing coverage, working together, and dialing up opportunistic blitzes and doing a good job attacking the ball. So they're a good team.
We haven't even mentioned your quarterback. What did you make of Sam's game yesterday?
Oh, he only threw it 12 times. We don't talk about the quarterback.
Yeah, it's funny. I didn't know that until after the game, which is kind of wild.
46 runs, 12 passes. That's Mike Macdonald football right there. 46 runs, 12 passes.
I don't. I mean, winning. I'd like to put that as a brand of ours. How we do it, probably a method. I thought Sam was incredibly efficient in the first half. He made some big plays there in the second half to close it out on the keepers. There's some run game stuff where he's getting in and out of some good looks, which is good. And then, we just, as an offense and really in the return unit, like Sheed had the ball on the ground there on the kickoff return, ball's in jeopardy too frequently. I think everybody would agree with me on that. And so that's something that we need to do a better job of as a team.
What were your first impressions of Shaheed?
Great. Yeah. Awesome. Stuff we were seeing in practice. There'll be more opportunities for him in the pass game as we go, I'm sure, but I think he's off to a great start.
He came right in. The first day, he'd only been here a few hours. He said he wanted to make this his permanent home. He's like, all right, I'm in. Let's go. Long term, I'm in.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah,
You're creating quite a culture here.
Yeah, we fed him the potion. We got him.
When you
go ahead, Salky.
No.
Just curious in the last couple minutes here, could you just kind of clarify where Jaron is at? I think you talked about it a little bit post game, but last week he practiced a couple days, and it looks like maybe he had to have another procedure to go on the IR. Expectations that he'll be able to come back for the stretch run. Is that fair?
Yeah, we think so. I mean, again, don't quote me on the medical stuff, but they just from understanding how the operation works, you're looking at at least probably a month. So, do that with. We haven't talked about IR and all that, but it's gonna take some time. It's not like there was a procedure he had during the bye where he felt like he could come back a little sooner. So
gotcha.
But yeah, I think we'll see Jay Reed by the end of the year.
Hope to have Ernest Jones back this week.
Hope is a good word.
Yeah, hope is a good word. You think there's a good chance that you'll have Ernest Jones back this week?
I don't know.
Okay.
You know what? There's a good chance.
Find any more on Sundell?
I don't have enough info on it yet.
Okay.
I'll probably say some more this afternoon.
Next Monday, Salk will quote the whole Al Pacino. You guys can.
I don't think I will.
Yeah, that's it.
I could do the whole Good Morning Vietnam speech if you want, but I don't think I could do all of Al Pacino in that movie. Sorry.
That's impressive.
How about the program? Have you seen the program, Coach?
I don't know why I thought it was my buddy knows we didn't start the fire. He's saying it
That's
at our
pretty
wedding.
good. Yeah. Harry Truman, Doris Day.
You know the whole thing?
No, just the beginning. That's about enough.
He
Coach,
knows the whole thing. It's impressive.
That is impressive. Congrats. 7-2, huge game next weekend against the Rams. Should be a blast. We're looking forward to watching. We'll talk to you again on Monday.
All right, guys. Thank you.
There you go. That's going to do it for us today and for the Mike Macdonald Show. Brock, we'll be back at 6 a.m. tomorrow, of course. Until then, the hay
is in the barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike Macdonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
David, honey, this is your Seahawks intervention.
I don't have a problem.
David, you painted the entire house action green.
So?
You wanted to name our daughter the 12s. Listen, download the Fuel Forward app. Every 8+ gallon fill up at 76 and Conoco stations gives you a chance to win a VIP game day experience.
I can fuel my car and my Seahawks obsession?
In moderation, David. In moderation. Terms and conditions apply. See official rules at 76.com/Seahawks-rules.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Stacey Rost here from Seattle Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of. And then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, prescriptions. But imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate, noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle, yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target problem areas: waistline, face, neck, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. For your free consultation and $250 off, visit ProSculpt.com for powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men. It's ProSculpt.com.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. When you buy an engagement ring or fine jewelry gift from Shane Company, you get more than what you paid for. Our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. It covers everything. There's no fine print. You'll get unlimited cleanings, resizings, and repairs. Plus, it even protects your engagement ring's center stone. We stand behind the quality of our jewelry, and that's our gift to you this holiday. Peace of mind. Because a friend knows the best things in life are free. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action, and together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Breaking this morning from ESPN's Adam Schefter, Brian Daboll out as head coach of the Giants. OC Mike Kafka will take over as interim head coach. And sad news over the weekend, the legendary Lenny Wilkens, a champion of the Seattle basketball community and former player and coach, died Sunday at 88 years old. He's one of just 5 men to have been inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame as both a player and a coach, and led the Sonics to their 1979 NBA championship.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Another week, another dominant Seahawks win, and shame on me, Bump, because I watched the Arizona Cardinals defense against a really solid Cowboys offense in Dallas, and I thought, ooh, I'm nervous about this one. Now, I think the Seahawks are going to win. I think they're going to win. I said that all week long, but I said, I think this is going to be pretty close and then could fall apart in the fourth quarter. The Arizona Cardinals had been one of the league's stingier defenses in the first quarter, and in particular in the first half of games. They rank in the top 5 first half in limiting scoring from opponents. And then they kind of fall apart in the fourth quarter. So that was the game that I expected. No, Bump. That's not the game we got. What we got was a second consecutive blowout win for the Seahawks.
Humans. Like, I love stats because it paints a picture for you. It's like, okay, this is what it could be. All right, this is what they've been all year. But then something happens that you've never seen before in Seahawks history. You get 2 scooping scores by D-Law, Tyrese Knight hitting the quarterback. Like, those 14 points, that's what, to me, what won the game for these dudes. It's like, look, I think they're going to win the game regardless, but you get back-to-back scores from your defense early in the game that put you up 21-0. The Cardinals don't have the firepower to come back from that. So, yeah, it's the numbers let you go into the game with a plan. With, okay, how am I going to watch this? What am I looking for? What do I expect? But then the humans go out there and just jack it all up. And Tyrese Knight and D-Law hooking up twice, jacked it all up. Sam Darnold coming out once again in the first drive of the game and finding JSN and putting a scoring drive together, jacked it all up. And then there's a point where the Cardinals just don't have enough. Like, Jacoby Brissett is a decent quarterback, right? He was sacked 5 times, hit like 10 to 12 times. They just didn't have enough. If they were able to hang around and maybe they put up a score after one of those scooping scores, it might be a different story, man. But no, the Hawks came out and took care of a team that they're supposed to take care of. My prediction, my score prediction was 28-10. And I mean,
they did get 28 in the first half.
Yeah, they got 20 in the first half.
So you're right.
And I think most of the guys on the pregame show had it like a 1-score game. I think I was the only one who had a 2-score win. But yeah, man, it's when you get 2 scores on defense, you're supposed to win that game.
Yeah. Speaking of those 2 scores, the Seahawks defense entering this week was the only defense in football to not have forced or recovered a fumble on defense. I saw some people going, but what about last week? They've actually forced and recovered a couple fumbles on special teams. But on defense, they were a really, really good defense who just for some reason, that fumble stat had been evading them